Have you ever wondered if you could capture the soul of Paul Kossoff or the fire of Stevie Ray Vaughan with nothing but a handful of components and a tagboard? Today I'm pulling together all of my favourite tagboard game pedal builds in one place. Trust me, these are going to make you rethink your whole pedal board. This first one means a lot to me. It is of course Paul Kossoff and the Kossoff Drive. His tone shaped my early thoughts on guitar, and it's sort of the archetypal tone that I've chased for my whole career. His playing is criminally underrated and his tone is pure gold. I'm going to take you through a step-by-step guide on how to build my Kossoff Drive, including biasing the J-FETs and everything else that goes along with that. But if you don't want to bias J-FETs and you don't want to build a pedal, I've got you. Check out hellosailoreffects.com and you can see all of my personal pedal builds and buy something handmade by me, which will help the show and help me bring more value to you. Thank you for supporting Hello Sailor Effects and thank you for watching this video. This is possibly the most requested video that I've had so far. It's also the one that I'm most excited about filming because it is, of course, my favourite guitarist, Paul Kossoff. Now the Kossoff Drive is a J-FET overdrive that I kind of cobbled together many years ago, many years ago, when I was trying to go after Paul's tone using an old Les Paul custom from the 90s into various amplifiers with various gear. And I just wanted something that was lower gain but offered that thicker, I hate using tone words, thicker, bluesier, less driven but their sound. Anyway, enough of that. This is the most requested video that I've had so far, so I'm going to film it. And of course, there is no design that I won't happily show you guys. If you can build it yourself for cheaper, using cheaper components, I want to know about it. Tell me in the comments. If you've managed to build a Kossoff Drive after watching this, using cheaper components, it sounds just as good. I need to know. Let me know. I love it. I hope you do. Doesn't mean that it's going to devalue my products because my products are made by me. Completely different. The enclosure is Dakota red with Les Paul gold top over the top. It's the old bronze lacquer that goes green with time over the top of red, and I think it looks cool. This particular pedal is actually serial number 1 from my Kossoff guitar series. For those of you who don't know, I teamed up with Vintage Guitars, who are they're a UK brand, but they build guitars out in China. Now they're doing like a custom shop series, which are nitrocellulose finished, aged in the UK and all of this jazz. And I'm doing 10 Kossoff guitars that come with 10 of my pedals. Now this one's actually going to be serial number 1, and it's going to a buddy of mine, Warren, who got in there first. I knew he would, and I figured if I'm going to, you know, build a Kossoff Drive for camera, I might as well build this one, number 1, and use this as the video version. It will come with a Kossoff guitar, numbered and all of that. So, anyone interested in a Kossoff guitars, by the way, there are 3 of them left. 3 of them. Once they're gone, they're gone. These are the components we're going to be using. Now, I've pulled out all the stops. We've got massive, and I do mean massive, tropical fish caps. We've got some old silver Mika caps, you know, some of the old favourites, mustard cap. We'll go through them bit by bit. Now, plan on building this pedal, please watch this video all the way through and build it step by step with me. We'll build it together, it'll be fun. Now, onto the tagboard. First up on our list of components is a 1 meg resistor. I'm going with this old carbon comp resistor and a 47 PF cap. It's an audio grade capacitor, whatever that means. Now, usually when I'm putting 2 components together, I'll splice them together off board and then slot them in. But I don't actually do that with the Kossoff Drive. What I like to do is, for no particular reason, probably other than I've been building this pedal for the longest time, and this is how I've always done it. Do you know, I hate that in the Navy. We'll have something that's wrong or something that's not optimal, and people will say, sorry chief, that's just how we've always done it. It drives me insane. But there's me saying that to you. So, I do put them in separately, but I make sure that the resistor goes on the outside. It kind of just sits on the outside edge of that cap there. like so. Now, when we solder this, we're only going to solder this end here because there's another component going in this side. So if I just wet the tip and give it a solder, as I say, you can go out and buy the world's most expensive components, vintage, Mojo, whatever, and build this pedal and have yourself an exact replica of a Kossoff Drive. Or you could go and buy the cheapest components ever, build yourself a Kossoff Drive and see what it sounds like, see if it sounds just as good. I would imagine that it will sound every bit as good. But then again, I'm a bit biased, aren't I? Next on the list is a 1K resistor. I'm using this old Phillips resistor. The legs on this is particularly thick, so it's a bit of an awkward one to use, but I've had good luck with these in the past. As I'm sure Warren, the guy who's purchased this guitar and this guitar and pedal combo, will no doubt know because he owns several of my Kossoff Drives, including one that went to the Far East with me on my last deployment. He knows exactly which one I'm talking about because I sold it after it was on my board for a while. It's probably the best sounding one, dare I say, that I've ever built. Certainly one that I liked enough to keep. Now, this component here is going into the same pin as our 47PF and our 1 meg, which is actually a ground connection. It comes through to the second tag along on the bottom side. We can actually solder both of these in because there's no other components going into these slots. There we are. Next two components are going to be a 1NF cap and a 200PF cap. Now I'm just going to test these because I don't actually remember testing these two when I put them in the pile to use for this pedal. Although I'm sure I did. Better to be safe than sorry, eh? So this is saying that it's a 1026PF cap, which is 1.026 NF, perfect. And then hopefully this is a 200PF cap. There we go. 209PF, that's close enough for government work, as I always say. Again, that little test there, it will be available as an Amazon affiliates link, should anyone want it. Doesn't really do, it doesn't really do leakage and stuff, or sorry, ESR and leakage on small value capacitors, but for everything else, pretty good if you ask me. So I'm just going to bend these over. First of all, we're going to take our 200PF capacitor first, and that's going to go in to the second tag along on the top row and a third tag along on the bottom row. Like so. And we're only going to solder in the one on the bottom row because there's nothing else going into that pin. So just the bottom row. And I know it's weird that we're not doing the top row first like we normally do, but that will become apparent in a second. It's a bit of a weird layout, this one, because I did it. A bit odd. Right, so now our 1NF cap, being sure that I clean the legs, of course, is going to go into tag 2 on the top row, and then in between tags 2 and 3 on the bottom row. So it's going to lie, I mean, I'll solder it in there and then I'll bend it into shape so then it's floating in between them two tags. Now, you can use, usually I use larger barrel capacitors, something a bit, higher voltage or just a bigger capacitor in general for this position. But it does kind of get in the way if you're using the big capacitor in this position. So I decided against it for this build. There we go. So that'll just float there and we'll come back to that later on. Next, we have a combination of a 47 UF or microfarad capacitor and another 1K resistor. Okay, so next up we've got our 47 microfarad cap and a 1k resistor, they are going to go in to the 3rd tag along the top and the 4th tag along the bottom. They're both going to go into the same tags. I'm going to solder them in because there's nothing else that goes into these tags. As you'll no doubt have seen, I'm using this ridiculous size 47 microfarad cap, which you don't have to. You can use any size you like. I would advise using something maybe cheaper and smaller. But this cap will not fit between the tags. So how I get round that is, I bend the legs back on themselves as such. Then I take my flat nose pliers to space it out and bend the leg back on itself. And then same again, flat nose pliers as a spacer. And again, flat nose pliers. Well, you could use the flat nose pliers again as a spacer, but I'm not going to because the enclosure I'm using isn't that deep, so I'm not going to do that. So flat nose pliers to space from the body. And then again, flat nose pliers to space inboard. If you see that. And then bend it back on itself. Ready to fit in a tag. Now, this is where the fun bit comes in. Because I'm fitting this resistor into the same holes, and it's going to be a bit of a pain, I'm going to put the resistor in first, just to be sure. So, the way I do that is I slide the resistor into one of the pins, I keep saying that, one of the tags, put the resistor body right the way to the end, and then if I snip right next to that tag, that gives me enough space to slide the resistor in and move it to the middle. I'm not going to solder it in, of course, because I need to add in my 47 microfarad cap. Now, one thing to note is, if you're using a polar cap, like this one is polar, the positive side needs to point towards you. So the positive side goes on the lower tag, so tag 4. And same thing again, just push one leg in, push it right the way to the back. Now this time, you're not going to have that much leg left on after you cut, because obviously this component is bigger and you're right the way up against the tag itself. So if I cut that, and then I can slide that in, this bit's a little bit more fiddly.
6.5 hours later.
Especially when you bend the leg by mistake. Well done, Joe. There we are. It was there.
2,000 years later.
Just going to solder one side in, and then I can straighten out the resistor and the resistor and the capacitor to exactly where I want them to be positioned, so then they look neat. So there's that there. Now you can have this cap going at an angle across the body like that because it's going from tag 3 to tag 4. But what I like to do is just twist it so it's pointing straight. I don't know why, I just prefer it that way. Doesn't make any effect to the tone whatsoever. But if you're going to clone one of my pedals, you might as well clone it properly. Solder this backside in. I feel like I need a new tip. And soldering iron's feeling a bit sluggish. Actually, one of my buddies who runs Lenson guitars, if anyone's interested in them, has just got an updated version of the Hakko soldering iron. I'm super jealous. Right, there we go. Next component to go in is going to be a 10K and a 22 NF. This is going to be a similar setup to we did before with the floating component. We're going to use our 22 NF as a floating component, so that's going to be going in second. Now our 10K goes in to the next tag along, which is tag 4, and on the bottom row it goes into tag 5. We won't be soldering the bottom row yet because there is another component to go in there, but the top end, in fact both ends, are going to have components going in. So now we're on to our 22 NF cap. I'm going with this tropical fish cap. It's actually an 18 NF cap if I'm being exact, but you can use a 22 NF if you can't find 18. Right, with the bending the legs on this one, I'll do it a little bit differently. The leg that's going to go into the top row, I give more to, so it has a longer top half to the leg as such. And then the leg that's coming the other end, I give basically none to, and it folds out that way and creates a kind of step, if that makes sense. That'll become apparent why I do that later on. And it kind of just slots right underneath that cap with this leg sticking out between pins 4 and 5. There. Now coming onto our next component, it's going to be a 100k resistor coming from our 10k resistor in pin 5 and going up to pin 5 on the top row. We're only going to solder this bottom end that meets the 10k resistor. If anyone decides to build this, I'd be really interested to know how you get on. And especially if you're using, well, both really, if you're using vintage and mojo components, and if anyone's going to do it like bargain basement style. I always get it on my videos, someone say, oh, you could build that for cheaper with cheaper components. It sounds just as good. Or you can put it on a PCB. I kind of feel like they're missing the point. Anyway, coming out of the other end of this 100k resistor, coming down this way to the 6th tag along, is going to be our last 1k resistor. Right, there we go. So it goes from pin 5 at the top to pin 6 at the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and solder in both ends of this one now. Yeah, my mate who was talking about before, who got the Hakko soldering iron, he's just finished up a Rangemaster that he built along with one of the videos that I did. And his looks absolutely amazing. It's like blowing mine away. Looks like it's come out of an amplifier, to be fair. Next up, we've got another floating component along with a 1 microfarad, 1 UF capacitor. Now this one actually come from my buddy John, runs Hubcap John Pedals and Fame. Well, he did the tobacco tin fuzz kit that we built not all that long ago. How much fun was that? Loads. But he sent me through a load of vintage components with the tobacco tin fuzz kit, which you no doubt seen me open if you watch my videos. I think I opened it during the video. These things are massive. I mean, look at the size of this against the tagboard. Huge. So to do this, I'm going to have to do the trick where we bend it in on ourselves again. And as ever, I'm going to use my flat nose snips. Again, if you want a set of these, you can get them in the description below. It is an Amazon affiliates link, which means that I do get a kickback, but there's no extra cost to yourself. There's our 1 UF cap bent into shape and ready to go in. This cap goes from pin or from tag number 6 on the top row down to tag number 7 on the bottom row. The next part is the bit that that is floating. So we take our component leg and just slot it through tag 6. Yeah, tag 6. And then give that a solder. So you've got the 1 UF coming out of it and 1 floating leg, if you like. So no components on the end of it this time. Moving on, we're going to go to a 15k resistor going between tag 7 at the top and tag 8 at the bottom. I've got these vintage, you'll be glad to know, carbon comp resistors, so I'm going to use this. These are actually the last 2 I've got of this size of these. So I'm happy to use them in this pedal. Who's get a bit annoyed when I'm down to the last one of something and I haven't got like a replacement stash of them? I mean, I've got more 15k resistors, but not this particular type. I just feel sad like I'm never going to see them again. If you're as much of a Paul Kossoff nut as I am, then you may be interested in this. It's a Paul Kossoff replica guitar by Vintage Guitars Pro Shop. I've teamed up with them to create 10 pedals and 10 guitars that come together as an awesome kit. As it stands, there's only 3 of these sets left, so get in while you can. I'll leave a link in the description for those of you who are as mental about costs as I am. If you don't want to stump up £1,200, it's a lot of money, £1,200 for a guitar and a pedal, why not have a look at this book? My wife bought me this. It's the free heavy load book in hardback. She bought me this as a birthday present years ago. There's an Amazon affiliates link in the description below if you want to get your own heavy load book. Cheers. Right, next up, from tag 8 at the bottom, which we haven't soldered yet by the way, right the way up to tag 8 at the top, is going to be a 2.2 NF cap. So I'm going to use this mustard cap. I will test it because I don't remember testing it. If it doesn't cut the mustard, then I won't use it. Hey, see what I did there? Dad jokes all round. So what we got? There you go. 2214 PF, which is of course 2.214 NF, which is fine by me. With positioning the body of the cap at the top here, I'm keeping it out the way of this cap at the bottom. I can go ahead and solder both of these in now. And so before we move away from this end of the board, there is one more 15k resistor to go in right at the end here. And this is the exact last one of these that I've got. Sad times. Going to do my little, what I call the old Ibanez method of folding a resistor over so it stands up on end. And then I'm going to slot it into these 2 center holes here. One there and one there, the very last 2. I'm going to put the body of the resistor facing outboard most just to keep it out the way of everything else. Main sticking point if you're going to go for anything like this is you need a non-polar 1 microfarad cap. They get a bit expensive. Not massively expensive, but certainly more expensive than most other caps. Now we're on to the JFETs. So for these, I use J113s. You could use J201s. You could use 2 M5457s. You could use MPF104s, is that what they're called? Anyway, use any JFET if you like. However, they all sound differently. I like the J113s. That's what I would advise. And the best thing is you can still get them. So, what we're going to do is, I'm going to take our J113, have the flat face facing towards your circuit. We're going to bend this leg out slightly, and then the other leg is going to go 90 degrees and then a bit further. So it's kind of like that. Okay. Then we're going to take that JFET and we're going to place it, or we're going to place the 2 legs facing downwards into the first 2 holes on our tag board. Now, the main thing to remember here is that the flat part of the JFET is facing forwards. Of course, if you're using different JFETs, then you're going to need to check the polarity, or the pin out, should I say. If you're using a J113, it's the same pin out, so you don't need to worry. And then we're just going to solder in the 2 legs on the bottom. Well, what I like to do is solder 1 leg in place so it's not going anywhere, and then I can kind of move everything else out the way, make sure it's straight, and then solder the second leg in. And you may be thinking now, aha, Joe, I see what we're doing with this other component. So, for our part that's sticking up in here, the floating component, that's going to attach to our JFET leg. If it's floating up enough and you've bent this in the right direction, they probably are going to meet together anyway. And then we can just give them a little solder. I would advise that that's the bit, if they're not touching each other with like a good solid touch, you're probably going to have trouble soldering them. And if you put too much heat into a JFET, without a heatsink, it's not going to survive. Of course, heatsinks are far too professional, so I don't use them. But yeah, I would advise, again, same as pots and all of that, make sure you get enough heat on there, but don't go over the top. It's easy to say that, but it's all about practice. Next J-FET, again, same thing. So the next two holes along are going to have J-FET number 2. Again, at this point, I like to just make sure that they're about the same height from each other, which is why I don't cut the legs, because then you don't have to measure the height. Then solder one leg in, like so. Once one's soldered in, you can then adjust it so then it's straight. You can manipulate your 22NF cap leg that's floating in the wind at the minute. You can manipulate that so then it's touching each other. Quick, make sure it's in line in all planes, there or thereabouts. And then you can solder both the centre leg and the 22NF cap. Our last FET is going to go in the next 2 pins along. Our floating leg with no component on is going to attach in the same fashion. There we have all 3 of our J113s attached to the tagboard. Last thing to do with the tagboard now is to attach all of the link wires in place for the grounds. And to do that, I'm going to use my trusty unshielded wire. Again, there's an affiliate link for this in the description below, should you want to get your own. First wire goes in between tag 1 and tag 3 on the upper row. Now, I cut the length of wire that I want, and I'm also going to cut another one that is exactly the same length, because what we're going to do is we're going to go from pin 1 to 3 and then 3 to 6. Okay? And well, it doesn't really matter. You can make them different lengths or you can make them different curves. It doesn't really matter. But for me, I want them to be about the same. But as I say, circuit-wise, it really won't matter. I mean, you could just use wire to connect these together. You could even not put these in at all and then run separate wires from your earth connection inside your pedal to each of these positions. I don't know why you would do that, because it seems like a lot of effort for not all that much. You know, apart from congesting your pedal, you're not going to get much else out of it. Now this one goes into the same tag, which is tag 3, and then goes along to tag 6. Now we're only going to solder this end, tag 3. If I haven't just knocked it out the tag, well done, Joe. And the reason being is because the last wire that goes in is going from tag 6 to tag 8. So this is a bit longer. I like to measure that one out separately. I know other builders, now I'd love to hear what you guys who make pedals, I know quite a few of you do make pedals, what you guys do. If you're building the same pedal over and over again, for example the same board, do you have like some sort of measuring tool to measure out your wire so they're all the same length every time you do it? I know see people cutting mass amounts of wire to it like in one go, rather than doing each individual wire singularly like I do. It'd be interesting to know what everyone else does. For me, it's part of the fun. I mean, I know that's ridiculous because I'm meant to be running a business, but the main reason I do it is because I love it. And then we can solder both ends of this in now. And then because I messed up tag 3, I'm going to go ahead and just add a bit more solder in there. Can't do it any harm, can it? Now, that is, or just make sure none of these earth connections are touching anything on the board. That is our board fully wired up. The power supply board, I use veroboard or strip board, whatever you want to call it. Now, I orientate the strip board differently from how you will find that on every layout. I put the solder tags or the solder rows coming down in columns, and you want to have 9 columns going across. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. So the width needs to be 9 holes along with the columns coming straight down. As far as how many holes you need, I've put a few extra in, and I normally do put a few extra in. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could probably get away with less. But what I do is I have 4 holes at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the 5th hole, I break the copper strip at every point here. Now, sometimes I'll do this with a Stanley blade, like when I normally break the holes. But for this application, I do find that you can just use a hacksaw. Every bit is good. It doesn't really matter. Now, our top half is going to be where our power wires come out of. What you've got to think of is, with this, I'm trying to build both the power filter, like I have shown countless times on my pedal videos, along with a bias supply for each transistor or for each JFET. So first things first, we have 10k trim pots, and they're just going to sit along the top. And of course I've done this just a little bit, I've sawn just a little bit too close to the terminals, not that that matters, but okay, so I'm just going to attach them in like so, and I'll put them all in before soldering. And as you can see, the reason why I wanted the copper strips to go vertical is because it means that the legs of these pots are now not connected. If went in a traditional manner, 2 of the pots would be connected. The two outside legs, so not the wiper, the 2 outside legs would be connected together, and then the pot wouldn't work. So that's why you have to go vertical. And let me tell you the amount of times that I've cut the strip board to size and then realised at the last second that I've gone horizontal instead of vertical with the copper strips. Do it all the bloody time, can't help myself. I think because building is like a little bit of a break for me from like the world. I kind of go into me zone and zone everything out, and then unfortunately zone out my brain at the same time. So there we go. There's our trim pots on there. Just while I'm in this position, I usually go ahead and just solder them all in. Now, before moving on from this bit, the next bit's essential. And I say that because it's the bit that I always forget to do. And I come to bias my FETs, nothing works, and I'm all confused, and it's because of this. So, take a solid strip of wire. I mean, you could use a component leg if you've got one long enough. But a solid strip of wire, and lie it across the wiper of each pot at the back. So the legs here, these back legs, so you have 2 legs at the front, this one leg that's at the back, you lie your unsheathed cable wire across them, and what we're going to do is solder it to the back of all of these pots so they're all joined together. If I go to set to work a Kossoff Drive and bias it and what have you, and then sound sample, if it doesn't work straight away, this is the first thing I check, because I always forget this. I was convinced I was going to forget it on this video actually. If you just snip away our excess, that means now that the power coming in is going to go to the back of these trim pots, and then the trim pot can direct it out with how much resistance in line with it we require. Now, next up is going to be our caps, our filter caps. Now for this one, I'm going to go with a 100 NF or 0.1 microfarad aero cap. It's a rather large one, if I do say so. Now these ones here actually have a line on it to tell you which one's the outside foil, so I'm going to point that towards earth, which is the right hand side for me. Let's see, and that slots in the two outermost holes. Doesn't, I mean, you could run it anywhere you like as long as it connects to live and earth, as it were. Now, our earth, or our negative side, is going to be on the right hand side. So when we come to our next cap, which is a 47 microfarad cap, you could use 200 microfarad or 100 microfarad, but today I'm just going to use a 47. The more filtering you put in, the quieter your pedal is going to be, basically. But there's like a law of diminishing returns, whereas, you know, if you put like 5,000 microfarads, you're not going to get more filtering. That's obviously exaggerated. And then on the bottom, I'm just going to run the legs right the way to the end on both of these. Now, with the positive side, which is the side on the left hand side, I want this leg, make sure I've got it on camera, I want this leg to be turned up on itself, so it's going towards the pot, and then I want it turned again so it connects the center wiper with the one of the outside legs. So I'm running it in this fashion here. So it comes out here, up, touches this column here, which is attached to this leg, and then also touches the next column along, which is attached to our wiper. And that is basically going to connect our power supply to the pots themselves, so they can then supply it on. You don't want to mess this bit up, because once you fit it in a pedal, it's kind of underneath everything and it's a pain to get to. So we just solder in our caps, both ends. Right. What we also need to do is solder in our filter cap to this end column, if you like, on both sides, because this side's going to be the earth, or the negative. I always get told off for calling it earth. And this side's going to attach to the live. And basically what these caps are doing, as I've said before, this cap is filtering out higher frequencies of noise, and this one's filtering out larger frequencies of noise. If interested, I'll do a video on it. I'm pretty sure I explained this on my recent Access Fuzz video. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and just solder in the electrolytic cap to each end column. Good. Now, lastly, let's get rid of these floating legs because they're annoying me. Should really save them. Lastly, I'm going to solder in this part here to both this column and this column. So you get something like that. Not pretty, but it works. So them two are joined together. Now for our live side, I'm going to take I've got a 390 ohm resistor. You could possibly get away with 1k, up to 1k I would think, but to be on the safe side, you know, you don't need to go that high. I'm going to make a loop at the end and snip it off. This is where we're going to attach our live from our socket to, and then I'm just going to put this through the live side of the board. Solder in. And then next, I'm going to take some wire. Doesn't have to be a massive length of wire, and you could possibly put two or three wires into the earth side if you want. I'm just going to take one, strip the end, twist it, and then tin it. And that's going to go in just the same as this resistor's gone in the live side. this is going to go into the negative side. And that is going to attach to the earth inside our pedal, or the negative inside our pedal, as people keep reminding me. There we have it. Oh no, tell a lie, we haven't got it. Next we've got to put in the wires that are going to come from these pots and go to our transistors or our JFETs. Depending on your enclosure size, depends on how much wire you need to cut for this. I would err on the side of caution, cut it longer than you need. That is way longer than I'm going to need. Again, it's all about enclosure size. I know some people like to make the pedals as small as they possibly can, try and fit them on a postage stamp that no one can stand on. Great, if that's your bag, then crack on. However, for me, kind of this size enclosure is like my limit of small. I don't really like going much smaller than that, if I'm honest. Don't like the thought of limiting the size of the components. Really bugs me. No doubt I'll have some people comment on this and tell me that I could make this pedal smaller or what have you, or use less. I had one guy telling me that I could that it would be worth making a smaller circuit on tagboard but not a larger circuit. Like, okay, whatever. Right, to attach these wires in, they're going to go to the leg of your trim pot that isn't joined together. Oh, I haven't tidied that up very well, have I? Well done. So for me, it's the leg, if I'm not dropping it, for me, it's the leg furthest away from the live. And that's going to be the same for all of them. Now I'm going to go ahead and solder all of them straight in. Of course, if you're using different transistors to say a J201, or if you're using something like that, you might want to go for a slightly larger trim pot. I don't really use them, any of the transistors, but some of them may need more or less voltage. Again, really depends on the the JFET that you use. So there we have it. We've got our two boards. We've got our tag board and our power supply board. Next step is to put all of the components, put all of the hardware on the enclosure. As ever, I'm going to be using my gold pin 3-pole double throw switch because I like them. I've moved over to these larger 9-volt power jacks, 2.1mm supply, same as a regular Boss pedal and such. I did go to these smaller ones for a little bit, but I started getting failures, so I've sacked them off. I'm going to be using our skeleton jacks, same as the old Switchcraft ones. I like these too. And then our pots, you're going to need 100k, a 500k, 500k B, so 500k linear, 100k log audio, and then also either a 25 or a 22k audio. For this one, I've got a 22k audio. There's all of our sockets now in place. Next step is to figure out where our circuit's going to sit and where our power board's going to sit. So for me, there's a couple of ways. First of all, is the circuit going to fit in there? Yes, it will. There's a couple of ways you can think about it. If we have it like this, it looks nice, it's straight, it's in the center, great. However, I want to run lots of wires down the side here. So for me, what I do is I move the circuit over to that left hand side. It's no longer center, fair enough, but it gives me all this space down the side here to run my wiring loom, and I can just have one wiring loom. Our power board then slots in next to the 3-pole double throw switch, so it kind of comes in line with the end of this. So we kind of have like a straight line going on, which makes me happy. And then our power lines, or our power cables, haven't got all that far to go before they get to the JFETs. So that's the way I'm going to mount them. I'm going to mount them in the usual way with some of my JB Weld steel reinforced epoxy. Everyone knows that it's useless, but I love it. There's all of our boards now in place. We're ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and start wiring in this first, just to get rid of these wires as ever, so then I've got a bit of space to work. There we have all three of our JFET power supplies wired in. Next is going to be this earth cable, or negative. A few choices here. You can run it round to your negative connection on your 3-pole double throw switch, or you can run it round to these connections here. I'm going to run this round the back here to the center forward pin here, and then I'm going to run another wire coming out the back of that round, and then going into one of the earth connections, which are joined together by our solid core wire on the back here. And then I'm going to run from here round to our earth pin on our 9-volt jack, and also through to the earth on both of our input and output sockets, and also pin 1 on the volume. Next connection on this bottom row is going to be the very first tag on the left hand side, the bottom of our 47 PF and 1 cap and 1 meg resistor. That's our input to our circuit. So that's going to go to this pin here on the 3-pole double throw switch. Next we're going to move to the top row here, and first thing on the top row, second tag along, is going to go to gain 3. So because I've got these PCB lugs on my gain pot, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wire that side in first. So I'll strip my wire and then give it a tin, and then as ever when I'm joining two components together, I'm going to make a little hook that wire on. Ooh, if I can ever get it on, well done Joe. And then give it a little pinch with my Nipex snips, so you get a reasonable mechanical connection, and then just solder that in. The last connection coming off the board is the second to last pin on the end, so 7th tag along from the left. This is going to go to both tone 2, which is the center lug of our center pot, and volume 3. So it's both our output and our tone control. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 2 wires together, because obviously one going to each pot, strip them both, and then while I've got hold of them still, I can twist them together, and I know that the insulation is going to be exactly the same depth because I'm holding them there. Tin the end of it, and then this is going to go into our tag on our tag board. Solder that in and tidy up the excess. Now our long wire that's coming off it can go round and go to lug 3 of our pot. That's the volume pot, which is 100k audio, if you remember. I always tin these wires because they're stranded before putting them in, but if I was using solid core, I definitely wouldn't bother. The Navy, when I went through my electrical craft training, which was like next to no training whatsoever, it was like a week long, but when I went through that, they teach us to tin a solid core wire. It's like, what's the point? Just takes longer then. But because this is not solid core, I definitely do tin it. And then this wire here is just simply going to go across to the center lug of our tone pot, which isn't very long. I mean, you could even use a component leg for this bit, which I have done in the past. Everyone knows I love using a good component leg, waste not, want not, and all of that. To wire up is going to be our input jack and output jack. So for our input jack, the lug down here is going to come right the way round. I'm probably going to follow this route here, right the way round, and then up and into the left hand center lug on our 3-pole double throw switch. And then the output jack on the right hand side, this lug here, I'm going to follow the same route right the way round, come to the center pin on the right hand side of our 3-pole double throw switch. Now that our input and outputs are wired up, next we're going to go from pin 2 of our volume pot round this wiring route here and through to this pin here, which is the front right hand side of our 3-pole double throw switch, and at that out from the circuit. And that's wired in. Next is going to be our little loop around the back 2 pins of our 3-pole double throw switch that I usually forget, and that is of course to pass our bypass signal through. Now I'm just going to wire up our live, which is going to go from here. I'm going to join both pins together just the way I do it, round this wiring loom and to this resistor, but it's also going to go to the live of our LED. And now, just to finish off our 3-pole double throw switch, we're going to add in our current limiting resistor for our LED. This is a 1.3k. It's a little bit on a low value side for me, but I do like to normally go up to above 5. But this thing just looks so damn cool, can't say no. And there we are. There's 2 other things to do. Now I do forget these sometimes. First of all, there's a 2.2k resistor that goes from the gain pot lug 1 to ground, so this pin here to ground. Now you could just attach this straight to ground, but then when the gain is at 0, you get literally no sound whatsoever. So that kind of like a volume pot. So not keen on that, so I add in this. It's a 2.2k resistor. I'm simply gonna go straight to the air flinks that we are to the wire that we added in all that time ago when we first built our tagboard. That means now when we put our gain pot right the way down to the bottom, there will still be sound coming through because we still got that resistance to earth. And then next is our tone cap. So you could increase the value of this and make the pedal darker if you wanted, or decrease it and it would basically do nothing and make it bright. Or you could, sometimes I've put them on a switch before and lifted out the volume pot, the tone pot and the tone cap, and that would make the pedal much brighter and more present. And it is also what Mr. Dumble used to do as like a little boost. He'd remove the tone stack. And that is our pedal fully wired up. I'm going to go ahead and add some cable ties and then we'll get ready to set the bias. Okay, so there's 2 ways we can dial this in. The first way is the way that the internet shows us to do it, and that is via voltage. So we turn our multimeter to volts, put our negative pin or black pin to earth, which in my case is the enclosure. And now we can measure here to make sure we're getting voltage into the pedal, which is 9 volts coming in. Ooh, I almost sorted that out then, well done Joe. And then we can see here each one of our transistors, or our JFETs, I keep saying transistors, what voltage is biased to. This one's biased to 4.1 volts. Now for me, a J113, I try and dial them into 2.2 volts to start off with. And I know a JFET, a lot of circuits will tell you to bias a JFET to 4.5 volts. Now this is great if you're Josh Scott and you're using, or even someone like Brian Wampler, a big company, you're using the same components for every pedal and you've got a good supply of JFETs and everything's the same. You can say categorically that you should bias something to a certain voltage. For me, because I'm not doing that and each of mine are individual, even though I've biased this technically and it probably will work, in fact we'll give it a test in a second, it probably will work, I don't think it'll be optimal. So to actually bias it, what I do is I turn it up to full on everything, tone, gain, whatever. Now I'm going to press play and we'll see what sort of sounds we get through it. Let me just get my headphones on, apologies for all the wires everywhere. So I'll press play on my TC wire tap. And that's the bypass signal. Or if I turn the pedal on. That's the sound that we're getting. It's not bad, muffled. Now, what I'm going to do is turn the pedal on, and then I'm going to use my audio probe, which is this. Now, if you don't know what an audio probe is, I highly suggest that you watch my Give Your Pedal a Good Probing video, where I not only teach you how to use one of these things, I also teach you how to make one. This is just DIY made, and it's a great way of fault finding pedals, but it's also a great way of dialing in your transistors, JFETs, even, you know, like fuzz faces, stuff like that. So if I unplug my normal signal from my pedal, and I plug it in my audio probe into the same channel of my Fender Showman, get in, this little connection here goes to earth or ground there. Now, wherever I touch on the circuit with this audio probe, it's going to amplify that point of the circuit. So if I press play and touch the input, oh no, that's the output, my mistake, input, pedals upside down, and right now we can see that we're getting a signal from it. Now if I come round here to where the live connection touches our first JFET, I'm actually getting the exact signal of that JFET through. So what I can now do is I can listen to this using my audio probe and turn this trim pot and dial this specific JFET, which is Q1, into the exact sound that I want at that point of the circuit. So if I do that now, for this JFET, I try and set it a bit clearer because it's the first stage, you don't need to go over the top. I'll give you like a full spectrum of it. And you can kind of hear when the sound comes into perfect. So for me, I try and have this set where you would think it should be set and a little bit less. That'll help add to clarity. Now Q2. And now of course Q1 is feeding into Q2 through the circuit, so it's affecting it. I find it probably easier to have a signal that's like really going for it. Like this. Right, happy with that. Now we're going to move on to Q3. Now let's not forget that's absolutely flat out. So what I'm going to do is turn it over, and I'm going to turn the gain, which is this one here, all the way down and then up a quarter of a turn. Should have probably put the pots on for this, and then we can figure it out. Now this is going to be as if I really want a clean boost with the volume boosted and the tone boosted. And then I'm going to go through and do the same thing again. Now that's still quite gainy. That's more gainy. That's a lot more gain than I would like. So that's the original signal. And that's our Q1. Right, and then Q2. Let's check it on full gain. Okay, and that now it's a balancing act between, you know, how you're going to set it. Now if I turn the volume down a bit and the gain down a bit, let's just see where we are. Basically I like to set the pedal to 2 o'clock all over and then dial it in there, because we all know, as Mick from that pedal show says, 2 o'clock is the best setting. Here we go. So this is kind of the trucks. And now you know how to build possibly my favourite pedal in the world. It is, of course, time for the sound sample. I'd love to know what you think of the sound of this pedal in the comments. Next up is that well-known modern classic that is the Zendrive, loved by players like Gary Clark Jr. Speaking of which, in this video I'm going to show you how to mod the Zendrive to make it sound a bit more like the aforementioned Gary Clark Jr. The challenge with this one was making a tagboard build sound as good as some of the boutique options out there. I'd like to know what you think of this build in the comments. And here's the enclosure we're working with. I was originally going to go with a wooden enclosure. Gary Clark Jr. actually has a wooden Zendrive, or I've at least seen a wooden Zendrive on his boards a couple of times. However,
Zendrive took the place of the Tubescreamer.
Okay.
And basically a boost, so a boost with a little bit of riz to it. You know, it has a little bit of gnarl to it. To me, it's the best boost, cleanest but a little bit dirty boost I've ever heard. You know.
And how is that different than the actual black and white yin yang?
The yin yang one,
yeah,
basically the mid range is voiced on this one.
Okay.
A bit more. I don't want to call it a dumble, but it's basically a dumble in a box.
Gotcha.
I had this enclosure and I'm really happy with how it looks, and I thought, why not? I mean, people seem to like this petrol blue colour. I like the aging on it, and the artwork seems like it would come across well on YouTube. So what do you guys think of my enclosure choice for today? We've built a Zendrive recently before. We did a Robin Ford version. If you haven't watched that, I'll link it in the description. Watch it after this video. That one was real fun to do. However, I really hate building on veroboard, stripboard. As everyone knows, I'm much more of a fan of tagboard. And today we're using this tagboard. 10 tags long, so 20 tags in total. As ever, I've got my mix of Mojo, vintage and new components ready to go. I'm sure this will wind everyone up because I'm using random old components that seem to really get on people's nerves, especially these tropical fish caps. I've never known so much hate for caps that I've loved for so long in all my life. It's crazy. I'm finding out that people in the audio world particularly don't like these caps, but then again, what's good for guitar usually isn't good for audio in general. Or what I should say is, what's good for guitar isn't good for hi-fi in general. Anyway, I haven't laid them out on a piece of paper all neat like I normally would, because we're kind of modifying this one as we go. We're going to be taking the standard Zendrive and trying to modify it to sound a bit more like Gary Clark Jr. As ever with these builds, we're going to be starting from left to right on our tagboard, just because that's the way I read and it helps my mind work that way. And as it happens, our first component on the left also presents us an opportunity to carry out one of our first mods. So, in the Zendrive, the clipping is done by BAT41 diodes. Well, most of the clipping is done by BAT41 diodes, like so. That actually run asymmetrically. So first things first, let's show Joe age 5 what's going on. Check out this, no expense spared here on Hello Sailor Effects. Get buying some t-shirts and I'll be able to afford actual paper. Anyway, if I was to draw this chart here, you'll have to excuse my drawing, I'm not the artistic type, as you can probably tell. This half represents the positive half of our signal, and this half will represent the negative half of our signal. Now, when we strum our chords or create our beautiful, amazing, edgy sound or whatever, we create a sine wave. And a sine wave looks something like this. This will be a positive half. Let's imagine, right, before we carry on, that both halves of this are roughly symmetrical and not drew by a 5-year-old. So this is our sine wave, positive half and negative half. Now what our diodes do is our diodes will chop some of that sine wave off, and that's where the term clipping comes from. So for example, if we use one of our BAT41 diodes, it might clip the signal here. And that could be, you know, that's our signal clipped. That's asymmetrical clipping because we've only got one half clipped. Now, if we were to add a second diode in facing the opposite direction, you'll notice that when you're building pedals, you'll often see two diodes next to each other facing in opposite directions. Well, this is what's going on. So the second diode that we've just added in would then clip this half of the signal in exactly the same place. And now we have symmetrical clipping. In the Zendrive, we actually have asymmetrical clipping because we have two diodes going in one direction, and if I can ever pick it up, the other diode going in the opposite direction. Now what that means is that if we imagine that our two diodes are on the positive half of the signal, instead of clipping the signal this high up, it's actually going to clip the signal twice as high, so you're going to get twice as much voltage, as it were, or twice as much signal. So it's now clipping up here. So we're actually getting this much of the sine wave unclipped, if you like. So now we've got a mismatch. So we've got, for example, this much clipping on the top, but yet only this much clipping on the bottom, and that is asymmetrical. That's how the Zendrive works in total. But if we were to add in something different, maybe, for example, instead of using two of these BAT41 diodes on one half of the signal, what happens if we replace one of them BAT41s with an LED that has more, it can give you more output? So we've got two choices here. Either we replace the LED in this half, that'll give us more output, or we could replace one of the diodes in this half. Now what I would suggest doing is, if you breadboard, and I do highly suggest breadboarding, even though I couldn't think of anything worse. I think I'd rather do housework than breadboard anything. It just annoys me. So I build stuff and then decide from there. Anyway, the choice is, do we put a diode and an LED, which is also a diode, I know before anyone tells me, on the positive half, and just a BAT41 on the negative half? Or do we have two BAT41s on the positive half and one LED on the negative half? I think I'm going to go this way round, just so then I don't confuse these together with that. And what it's going to do is, it will bring these two voltages more in line, but we'll have more overall signal. Now, Gary Clark Jr. is known for a fuzzier, edgier sound to his guitar tone. So more output here would normally be associated with more clarity. But I think more output overall is going to work in conjunction with the other mods that we've got today, which will allow, for example, more bass and more lower mids into the signal, and that'll change it to a more fuzzy tone because there'll be more energy created from these. If that doesn't make sense, please let me know and I will film a video dedicated to just diode clipping, maybe a 10-minute video, and that'll bring it all into perspective. Now, enough of this Joe Age 5 drawing. What we're going to do is we'll get rid of one of our BAT41 diodes because I'm not going to be using that and I don't want to get confused. And usually what happens is I'll get confused and add it in, and then I'll have to desolder it later. So we're going to use two BAT41s and one blue LED for our clipping section. D1 and D2 are the two diodes run in series, clipping part of the section. So if we look at our diagram, we can see that D2 sits in the first two tags and D1 connects to D2 across the outer of our tag board. So I'm going to run it like this. We'll have D2 sat between these two tags here, and D1 will sit between the holes on the outer edge just here, like so. There's D1 and D2 fitted. The cathode of D2 is facing to the top part of the tag board, and the cathode of D1 is connecting to the anode of D2 just down here, and that's D1 and D2 in series. Normally I don't solder to the outside of the tag board straight away. Regular viewers will know that I hate soldering to the outside of the tag board before I've completed the center line. However, just because this is going in series with this and I'm thinking about it, I thought I'd put it in now before I forget or mess up or put it in the wrong way or something. Next, we're moving on to D3, which is going to be our LED. Now, the cathode of an LED, so that side on a normal diode that would have a band round it, is the shorter leg, because the shorter leg is the cathode, quite simply. The longer leg is the positive leg, which is the anode. So on our drawing, we can take a look and see that D3 has the anode facing upwards and the cathode facing downwards. We can also see that C2 attaches into the anode on this tag here at the top, so we're not going to solder that in straight away, but we will solder in the lower tag, the cathode, because there's nothing else going into that one. To add this diode to the tag board, all I'm going to do is use my Nipex flat nose pliers as a spacer, bend the legs out, and that way I know I've got them nice and neat and straight, more importantly, and they'll fit the tag board. If you'd like a set of these Nipex pliers, please follow the link in the description through to my Amazon affiliates account, where you can get all of the stuff that I use to build these pedals. There's no extra charge to yourself if you purchase anything from there, but I do get a kickback from anything that you do purchase, even if it's something completely unrelated. As long as you've clicked on that link first, whatever you buy will, well, it'll aid the show, which means that I'll be able to get more stuff that I can use in these videos to help show you guys. I mean, next on the hit list is an oscilloscope. I can't wait for that. Anyway, enough shameless plugging. Let's move on. Let's just double check. We've got our longer leg facing upwards, which is going to go into this tag here. If I can get it in, he says. And the shorter leg, our cathode, is going to point downwards, and we're only going to solder in the cathode, and that is because C2 goes into the upper leg. Into the upper leg? What am I on about? I've got legs on a brain. Into the upper tag. So if we wet the tip and just solder in this end. And tidy that up. And there's our LED on the board. Apologies, I jumped the gun and fitted C2 without filming it. I don't know where my head's at these days. While I have you, I'd just like to ask a small favour. YouTube is telling me that over 60% of people who watch these videos aren't subscribed to my channel. If you could please subscribe, that would help YouTube know that I'm bringing value to you, and they'll help share my channel to more people, and that'll help me grow. Thank you. That's C2 now in place. Next on the list is going to be R5, and that goes from the third tag along on the top to the fourth tag along on the bottom. We also have C5 coming out of this bottom tag, so I won't be soldering that in, but I will be soldering in the top tag. Now R5 is a 1K resistor, and I've got these cool vintage old school Dale resistors. Really like them. There's going to be 3 of these in the pedal today. Next component is going to be C5. That is a 470 NF, so a 0.47 microfarad, or UF as I like to say. I know that winds people up. Anyway, I'm using this massive tropical fish cap. This is one of the good ones. This one actually come in Phillips packaging, so not Mullard, but Mullard Phillips, same company. It's going to go between R5 on the bottom tag, which is 4 tags along, and the 4th tag in the top row, with nothing else going into the top row, so I'll be able to solder this one in. Of course, I have jumped the gun and went ahead and fitted C4 off camera. Apologies. C4 is going into the 5th tag along on the bottom and the 5th tag along on the top. Now C4 supplies the clipping stage from the tone stack. It's originally a 3.3 NF cap, and I've increased it to 10 NF, so 10 nanofarads. Why have I done that? Well, this will allow more lower mids and more bass into the clipping section. More lower mids and bass in the clipping section will give it a more aggressive, grittier sound, which is what we're going for. You could increase this to a 22 NF cap if you choose, but I've gone with 10 NF just because in conjunction with the other changes we're making, I feel like that's going to be enough. I did choose to go with this ITT cap. Regular viewers will know that I absolutely love these caps. They're spot on. If you can get them, they very, very rarely test out of spec. Following on from C4, we have indeed got R1, which is a 2.2 meg resistor. And that's just going to go from the 5th tag along on the top row to the 6th tag along on the bottom row. Another modification and another ITT cap. Now we're on to C1, which is our input cap. I'm going to increase the value of this from 470 NF up to 1 UF. So 1 microfarad. I've got this huge ITT cap. It's another one of the caps that come from my buddy Warren. He sent me over that massive pile of components when I moved into this workshop. This is a nice one. It's the first time I've used one of these actually. And they're pretty big. They're not as big as some 1 UF caps. This is non-polar as well. That's another thing to consider, is that if you're using a polar capacitor, i.e. an electrolytic or something like that, you want to have your negative end of your cap facing outboard of the pedal. So for example, our input is going to come to the circuit through this tag here. So we would want the negative side of our capacitor facing this tag and the positive side facing this tag. But because this one is non-polar, we have the added benefit and the luxury of just putting it in any old way, which I'm quite happy with. So what does increasing this to 1 microfarad actually do for the sound? Well, we're going to allow more bass frequencies through the whole pedal. So you're going to get more bass frequencies through to the tone stack, which is going to have a thicker tone again in conjunction with our last modification. And that's going to also translate to more bass frequencies going through into our clipping stage and so on and so forth. So this is basically the first thing that your signal sees inside the pedal. I think this is going to thicken up the tone, and I really do think that this will be more prevalent on the neck pickup, which is, you know, as we know, Gary Clark Jr. likes to flick to the neck pickup. He's a fan of P90, he's a man after my own heart. So you know, when we get to that neck pickup and try some lead lines, hopefully this will be where we'll hear this. There's our 1 UF ITT cap fitted as our input cap. Next in line, we're going to have R2. If we get our circuit diagram up, you can see that C1 in the center here, R2 connects to the same tag at the top, and then it comes down and connects to the next tag along on the bottom, like so. Now we're on to C3, which is a 100 NF cap, and it runs from the 470K we've just fitted straight up to the tag above it. I'm going to be using this JB cap. These are pretty good ones. It's a modern cap, but they're fantastic sounding. And I know Marcus Reeves from Reeves Electro uses them, and if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. And yes, before anyone says it, if he put his hand in the fire, I'd also copy that, if it meant better tone anyway. Right, so I'm going to fit that in now. I can solder both sides of this in because there's nothing. Oh, almost told a lie there. If you get our diagram up, you can see that I can solder the top of C3 in because there's nothing else going in there, but I can't solder the bottom because we're also going to fit R7, which is a 10k resistor. And while we're looking at our diagram, can anyone spot what's wrong here? R7 is not actually listed. We've got R6 twice, but they're both 10k, so we know where we're going. It's going to be a 10k. Now we're on to C7. This is an interesting one. So C7 is listed as a 47 microfarad cap, 47 UF, and this is a filter cap. So this filters our signal directly to ground. The way that we're going to affect the tone with this cap is we are going to lower the value of it to a 33 UF, 33 microfarads. Now what will that do? It's probably easier to explain this in amplifier terms. So on most amplifiers, you'll have something like 20 microfarads filtering the preamp stages, each preamp stage, and maybe 30 or 40 microfarads filtering the power amp stages. If we were to increase them values, it makes the amplifier sound stiffer, or feel, so to say, stiffer overall. And it's kind of what Dumble did to a lot of his Fender mods. So when he did the Tweedledee mod, he increased the filtering quite a bit. And we also see Ken Fisher of Trainwreck do the same thing, where he increased the filter caps, in some cases to ridiculous levels, where you could only use the Mullard valves in a rectifier stage of something like a Trainwreck rocket. When I say ridiculous levels, I'm not saying that Ken Fisher is ridiculous. The man's an absolute legend, and he was in the Navy, so that makes him cool automatically. Now what I'm hoping to do by lowering the value of this cap is to make the pedal a little looser feeling under the fingers, because you've got less filtering, so it should be less stiff. Now I know I'm using loads of tone words again, but I don't know how else to explain it. I should really go down to maybe 22 microfarads or 10 microfarads in this position, but I've got these really nice 33 microfarad caps. They're massive, it'll look good where it is on the board, and I'm tempted by looks over form and function. If you were going to make this pedal, you could possibly put maybe a 4.7 or a 10 microfarad cap on a switch with 100 microfarad, and you could switch between the two of them and maybe have a stiff and loose setting to your pedal. But I'm going to just go with this C7 at 33 microfarads. After C7 we're on to R6. R6 is a 10k resistor, and it just goes from C7 up to one tag along on the top, which is our 9th tag. After R6 is R8, which is a 2.2k resistor on our drawing, as we can see, and it's situated straight from the 9th tag at the top to the 9th tag at the bottom. Strictly speaking, this isn't really needed. We could miss this out and do what we normally do and mount our LED current limiting resistor off board. However, it's on the drawing. I've got 10 tags, I might as well add it in. Also, while we're here on our drawing, we can see that D4 is at the top of these two tags. Now normally I would leave D4 till the end and do the outside tags last, but because we fitted D1 already and it's the only other component apart from a few links that need to go in there, I'm also going to go ahead and solder D4 into the two center holes. For D4 I'm going to be using this 1N5401. It's massive. All it is a power diode. I could have used something like a 1N4001 like on the drawing suggests, or a 4007. Because this is massive, it looks cooler, and if it looks cooler that means it sounds cooler. Prove me wrong. There we have R8 and D4 now fitted. I did go ahead and add the link in from the cathode of D4 through to the positive side of C6, just because I was already soldering into them pins. I'm also going to add in a link from the bottom of R7 and the bottom of C7, which is down here. So we have two tags and then it goes in here, as we can see on our drawing here. I'm going to go ahead and solder that in. Also, while we're here, let's talk about C6. So C6 is a 100 microfarad cap. I was looking for a larger axial cap. I've got none that test amazing, and these JB caps are fantastic, so I'm just going to fit it here. It's nice and small, it's next to all these large ones. I feel like I've already justified my obsession with large caps on this build, at least enough so all the trolls can come and tell me how terrible I am and how much my pedals sound no different from any other pedal, even the ones made with cheap components. But I'm going to go ahead and fit that there and not feel guilty about it at all. That's all of the centerline components done on our tagboard. We've also fitted our two diodes on the outside edges and our two link wires. Next up is going to be the two MOSFETs, which are 2N7000. In fact, what I'm going to use for this are these. They are labelled up as BS170, but they are in fact 2N7000s. And we'll be able to see that by the fact that they should face in the same direction as Q1 and Q2 on our diagram. I am of course going to test this with the DCA55 from Atlas. I literally couldn't build pedals without this thing, and if you do want to buy one, please follow the Amazon affiliates link in my description. It really will help me fund some extra bits that I can use in the show. So this says that it is an enhanced mode N-channel MOSFET. So it's a MOSFET. And all we want to know is our pinouts. So our red lead is our drain, which is going to go on the right hand side. Our green lead is our source, which is going to go on the left hand side. And blue there in the middle, as you can see, is a gate. So as we're holding it, we have our red on the right hand side and our green on the left hand side, which puts the flat face of our transistor facing inboard towards the tagboard. Inboard. I can never get away from naval terminology, you know. It'll just never happen. Right, so facing in towards the pedal is the flat side of our 2N7000. If this was a BS170, the same as what's used in the ZVEX show, Super Hard On and all of them, it would be facing 180 degrees round. So the flat part would be facing the opposite way. But it's not. So I'm going to just situate that into the end 3 lugs here. In fact, thinking about it, there's not going to be much room either side of this tagboard. So if I situate it like that, it may foul one of our potentiometers or something. So I'm going to go ahead and situate it going through them center pins there, center holes in the lugs there, because that way I know that I'm not going to fall foul of a potentiometer or something and have to reposition my board. As ever with these, you want to get enough heat in there that you get a good solder joint, because cold solder joints are pretty damn common for beginners especially. But you don't want to hold it on for 3 years, because 3 years obviously an exaggeration. You don't want to hold it on for too long, because you can actually burn out transistors easy enough. Now let's just solder them other 2 legs in. I do advise normally to leave a little bit of time in between soldering legs on your transistors, MOSFETs, JFETs, whatever. But because I've been doing this for some time now, I kind of have a feel for how long to leave it on there for. Right, next is an interesting one. If we look at our drawing here for Q2, we can see that the gate and the drain go into the same pin. Now, going off our drawing and the pin out from this MOSFET that's already in there, this should actually face with the flat bit going towards our circuit on the inboard side. However, I am never in a million years going to trust that that's correct, because as I said before, these are actually labelled up as BS170, which means that they should face in the opposite direction to what they do. Never take it for granted, which is where this wonderful bit of kit comes in. It really did change my pedal building, especially for things like fuzz. Right, so let's just double check. Low battery warning as ever, because I can never remember to change the battery. So the red is the drain, which is on the left hand side. So it is an interesting thing. So this MOSFET is actually the opposite way round to the one that we've just been using. So the red on the left hand side actually needs to go down the right on our drawing. The green is the gate, which is the center, great, and the blue is the source, which needs to go on the left hand side. So what we need to do is the green and the red, the drain and the gate, are both going to go into the 3rd tag along, and the blue is going to go on its own into the 2nd tag along. Isn't that interesting? So the blue on its own and the green and the gate, I mean, you could solder them together, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to situate them sort of like that, and then we can poke it through the holes that way round. Told you, if you're buying MOSFETs off the internet, you really don't know, unless you're buying it from somewhere that you've bought loads of stuff from before, you really don't know what you're getting without testing it. And as this shows, we've got one BS170 that was orientated in one direction, and then the other that's orientated in the other direction. Crazy. And there we can see we've got 2 legs going into this third tag along and 1 leg going into the second tag along. That is our board now complete. We can put that to one side. Oh, no we can't, because we've got to snip the excess off. Can't be leaving that on there, Joe. Well done. So now we've done that, we can put that to one side and we can move on to our op amp. Now those of you who see my Robin Ford Zendrive video will recognise this strip board, because this is the stuff that I used for the op amp on that build too. It was printed by my buddy over at Gojira Effects Pedals, who will literally print anything you want on one of these. So if you have a custom design, hit him up. So the plan for this is, I'm going to hacksaw a line down the centre here without going all the way through the board, just to split the copper traces, so then it separates the 2 halves of our op amp. Then I'm going to place our op amp socket with the little cutout, so there's a little nick, with the little cutout at the top there, that little nick in the centre, that is going to be facing upwards. And I'm going to place it in the centre of this Vero board, which leaves a column of holes either side of it for wires to come out of, which is going to connect our op amp to different parts of the circuit. Now of course, before I solder this in, I will have to saw that line down there, but I'm going to go ahead, solder this in and get the traces cut ready to install into our enclosure. There we have our socket now mounted onto our Vero board with a line cut down the centre to separate the 2 halves. The next stage is to add in 7 connecting wires, as we can see on our diagram. 7 wires around the outside edge, 1 for each hole in this column, apart from pins 7 and 8. Apart from pins 6 and 7 over here, because they will join together. Apart from pins 6 and 7, which will join together, which connects. Apart from pins 6 and 7, which get joined together. Now, those of you who don't know how to, just in case people don't know how to read a pin out of an op amp, what we actually have here is pin 1 is the top left, and then 2, 3, 4 are all on the same side going top to bottom, and then you have 5, 6, 7, 8. That's how they're read. So pins 6 and 7, when I go to add in the wire coming out of them, all I'll do is I'll just make sure that when I strip it, I leave the end a little bit longer, and I'll just fold it over the other trace, so it'll come out of here, fold over to this trace, and then I'll just solder it to both traces. That'll join these 2 legs together. Simples. Now that our IC socket is complete, wires it in, it's time to go ahead and get everything into the enclosure. There we have all of the hardware inside the enclosure, along with our tag board and our socket. Next step is going to be to wire up all of these wires coming from our op amp, just so then I can get them out the way, and then I can get to work on wiring up the tag board. I'm going to run through them one wire at a time. I suggest that you start top left hand corner, as per every other build that I've ever done, and work your way down one side and then down the other side until you've completed them all. While I'm looking at this, I've just noticed something absolutely hilarious. If we get our drawing up and we look at both Q1 and Q2, I've situated Q1 completely wrong. So I didn't notice that the drain and the gate are both connected the same as on Q2. So what I'm going to have to do is, I'm going to have to take my snips, put them over the drain, snip that off because we definitely don't want that connecting there. And then all I'll do is I'll just manipulate the leg so then it goes in on itself, touches the gate, and then if I solder them two together we get the same effect. Well, that was a close one. I wonder how long, if I'd have got this pedal together, I wonder how long it would have took me to notice that. Probably a long time, I would suggest. Just goes to show that this is the first time I've built this on tagboard before, and I don't quite know the circuit properly. That's all the wires coming off our op-amp board now wired up. Next stage will be to go round all of our tags and wire up everything that comes off the tagboard to various locations. I'm going to start in the top left corner as ever and work my way round, and then once that's complete we'll move on to all the other jacks and what have you. That's all of the wires from our board now attached to the various locations. What's left to do is our input and output to the 3-pole double throw switch, and then some other connections that come straight from our pots to various locations. And then we're going to finish up with our last 3 resistors that you can see on our diagram here is R4, R9 and R3. I'm going to go ahead and finish off the wiring side of it, and then we'll come and have a look at our resistors. Oh, and while I'm here, this is a quick video reminder to future Joe that you haven't put the op-amp in yet, mate. 100% I'm going to forget that, I always do, and then I end up plugging my pedal in, turning it on, and nothing happens. I get no sound whatsoever, and then you put it in bypass and it works. The LED works, everything seems to be fine, and then after 10 hours of searching for what's wrong, I realised that I've missed the op-amp. That's our LED now wired up. Going to this resistor here, which is a high precision resistor. We all know I love these high precision resistors. And I've also added in the little link wire for our 3-pole double throw switch for the bypass. It is true bypass. Next up is going to be R4. Now R4 is a 1K resistor. I'm using these Dale resistors. I've got a few of these left now, but not very many. They're real high quality, and more importantly than that, they look cool. This resistor goes from the tone pot, pins 1 and 2. So we're going to join them together with one leg of this resistor. Then we're going to run the resistor over the top, and it's going to connect to drive 1. So into this connection here, that's already got a wire coming out of it. So we're going to go between these two here, over the top, and to drive 1. It is no coincidence that drive and tone were in the same half of this pedal. I put them that way so then I could run this resistor over the top and join them together without adding in any wires or an extra tag. There we can see we fitted our Dale resistor between the tone pins 1 and 2, and remember we read these backwards. You would think one would be on the left like we read. It's not. Because this pedal's upside down, it goes 3, 2, 1. So pins 1 and 2 are connected on our tone pot. The 1K Dale resistor comes over and lands in pin 1 of our drive pot. Next up is going to be pin 3 of our voice pot, and it's going to be a 10K resistor coming from this all the way around here to our drive pot, and it goes into pin 3 of our drive pot. Now rather than running the resistor over the top here, risk fouling the top of the enclosure and shorting something out, or running an extremely long resistor and shaping it kind of like what Marcus Reeves does for this whole design, not for me. What I am going to do though is I'm going to run the resistor straight off this pin here, and then I'm going to attach a wire to the other end of the resistor and run the wire round the outside of this enclosure round and to pin 3 of the drive pot. That's our 10K resistor now fitted to lug 3 of our voice pot. I run it round this way actually because it was shorter, round the back, and it's now attached onto pin 3 of our drive pot. There's one more resistor to go, and that is R9. That is a 1K resistor, so I'm going to be using another Dale resistor for this one. And that's going to go between pin 3 and pin 2 of our drive pot. Now this is going to be really awkward. It's going to be hard to squeeze it in on pin 3 because there's lots going on there. There's other resistors there. So I'm going to stand it up. We're going to do the old Ibanez Tubescreamer type fit for the resistor. And I say that all the time just because Ibanez was the first pedal I looked inside that had one. I'm going to face Dale towards me so then I can see the writing because I'm vain and it's branded. Fold one leg over on itself, and then if I clip both legs I can simply place that down with my Nipex snips, hold it in place, give it a tack solder, solder the opposite side properly, and then go back to the initial side and solder that, and then that should be all of our components pretty much ready to go. Right, there we have it. That is our pedal. If I can get rid of all the bits inside, that is our pedal fully wired up and ready to go. I've got to say, the layout for this one is particularly handsome. I really like the form of it. I know there's 10 tags, so it's a bit larger, and you could probably make it a bit more awkward and shrink it down a bit. But I think it's a handsome layout, and I am really excited to hear how it sounds. For this one, I'm going with a JRC 072D. I do believe these are the ones that Simon from JSA recommended for Tubescreamers. I bought a few of them. I've got them to hand, so that's what's going in the pedal. When you're fitting your op amp into the socket, the legs come splayed out at first, so you have to give them just a little bit of a squeeze, not much, just to put them going straight down. So then they'll fit in the socket without popping out the side and bending one leg awkwardly out the way. And there it is, fitted into the pedal. And now we're looking all neat with our cable ties, and we are ready to go. And we're ready to now try out and see what knobs we're going to choose for this one. What colour would you go for? What style would you go for? I want to know in the comments, please. It's that time again, everyone's favourite game. What knobs should I choose? Well, today we've got some asymmetric style. And we're going to have two big maroon knobs at the top and two smaller ones. Kind of like a Neve control panel. I quite like that, to be fair. Although I'm not too sure it goes with the blue. What about asymmetrical with the Dumbley style larger knobs and some smaller ones? I mean, they're really close to the edge, especially on this end here. I'm not too keen on that. Or we could go symmetrical on this side. What do we think about that? Now, for me, this is the look that I quite like, if I'm being perfectly honest. Then we've also got these knobs. They're kind of like what used to come on Wampler pedals, but only shrunk down a bit. And they've got like a metal ring in them that gives them a bit of weight and makes them feel kind of nice in your hand. You know, when something just feels premium. Although, looking at it on the camera screen, they really don't look premium. What do we think about that? Some big decisions coming, and of course, whoever purchases this pedal can have the choice of any knobs that they want that I've got in stock. Just like all of my pedals. It's that time again. It's time for a sound sample, and we're going to hear how the Gary Clark Jr. Zendrive sounds in action. If you like this video and you're getting value from my channel, please subscribe. That'll send a message to YouTube to tell them that you get value, and they'll share it to more people who are like-minded, and it'll help my channel grow. Thank you. Alright, now it's time to tackle the big one. It is, of course, Stevie Ray Vaughan's legendary Tubescreamer sound. I've heard a lot of discussion online, whether it's your fingers, whether it's gear, whether it's string gauge to get close to Stevie Ray's tone. Of course it's all of that, but I'd like to know in this video if the tagboard version and the SRV mods to this pedal get close to the Stevie Ray Vaughan tone. Of course, on the sound sample, my playing's going to be nothing like Stevie, because he's a legend and I'm just me. But let's see how close I can get.
We have all of the components we're going to need for today's build. It feels good to be getting back to building something on tagboard. And this one's a monster. So this is the tagboard I'm going to be using. 14 tags either side. This is probably the biggest tag I've ever done now so far. I think this might even be bigger than the ZVEX thing that I built. So, what have we got? We've got all of our resistors here. I've tried to use some vintage E-type ones, or at least old ones. Some of them I've had to use, for example, this one is 3 different resistors that I'm going to wire up in series to make the 510k, just because I didn't have one. Adapt and overcome and all that jazz. We've also got our caps. Some of these are pretty cool. I mean, check out this bad boy. I'm pretty sure these used to come in the old Dan Electro amplifiers and stuff. I got this one from my buddy Warren. He sent me over this massive package full of components, capacitors and all this stuff to kit out my new workshop, and some beauties in there like this one. So I'll be using that. And then of course we have our input and output buffers. I haven't quite decided on which ones I'm going to be using, which transistors I'll be using for that, so we'll get to that when we get to it. Then op amp. We've got our old favourite Opa op amp. There's 2 single op amps wired onto the same board to make a dual op amp. This time, ooh, if I stop throwing it away, get on Joe, well done. Mess up all my layout there, perfect. This time I am not going to be changing out op amps and messing about. I'm just going to use this op amp, and the comparison will be between this and a few other pedals. Now on to the important bit. A shout out has to go to Simon from JSA FX Pedals for this, because he put me onto these MA150 silicon diodes. They sound terrible in just about everything but a Tubescreamer, and I believe these are the ones that come in the very early Tubescreamers. They're not that easy to find anymore, but I'll be using these ones in this, just 2 of them. On a side note, if you're planning on building a pedal that you're not too familiar with, I really advise that you lay out your components like this. You can see if you've missed anything then. So chances are when you're using this many components, you're probably going to miss something at some point. This is the tagboard we're going to be populating, and I'm going to start off left to right as ever. Now the first resistor on here, it actually says 2 LED. Now I'm not going to use that resistor. I'll wire up my LED the same way as I always do off board. So we're just going to move on to R7. First of all, we'll go straight down the middle, populate all of that, and then we'll populate everything that's going to be in the wings, as it were. So R7, and on my drawing I can see R7's a 10k resistor. I went with these 10k resistors, which are actually modern ones. I use these because I noticed Marcus Reeves used these and the slightly larger ones, the same style, and we're having them on the show soon, so I figured, yeah, why not? Actually, I don't know whether the Marcus Reeves show will be out by the time this comes out or not, but how cool is that? That's R7 now in place. We're going to move on to C4. C4 on our drawing is a 47 UF cap. I'm using this tantalum cap. It's the same ones as we use on board. I do say it all the time. We use them in like in switching circuits and control circuits. Now, again, when you're using these caps, they're not always clearly marked up pos and neg, but the side with the large notch on the top is the pos and the other side is the neg. I have messed these up more than once. To use it, because it's rather large and it probably only just about squeeze in the tag, I like to make myself a little bit of space by bending the tags over, bending them back in on themselves, using my Nipex nips. Again, as ever, you can get these from the description down below. It's an Amazon affiliates link, so I do get a bit of kickback. However, there's no extra cost to yourself. I'm getting good at the old legal spiel now, aren't I? Anyway, I like to create this sort of shape, and then that way I can slide them in the tags without any issue. So if I just mirror that on this side, and it really doesn't matter how far you come in, to be honest. as long as you come in enough to make space for the tag to fit. So what I do is, if I'm looking at my drawing now, I know the negative's got to go upwards. So I'll slide the negative in first, slide it all the way back until it can't go any further. Then I'll take my snips and just snip in front of the tag here. It doesn't matter how far in front. And a top tip is to remove the little off cut before you start soldering, because sometimes that gets stuck in your joint, which is fantastic. Right, and then I'll slide the other half of it, if I can, into the tag. There, and then line it up so it's roughly in the middle-ish. Now, I know there's nothing else going into this top pin, so I'm going to solder the top pin, give the tip a little bit of a wet, and then if I solder that top pin there, or that top tag should I say, that's in place. Now I can bend it up, and now when I fitted my last component in there, I can solder this end, and we have our large cap now fits on the tag without any issue. And because our enclosure is massive, there's no worries about it fouling the top of the enclosure. So I've been working through the board. I've got a couple more caps and resistors in place, but now we're on to the diodes. And if I get the picture up, you can see that on this drawing from Audio Clone, that D1 and 2 are kind of stacked together in one half, so that would be like asymmetrical clipping. That's not how the Tubescreamer works. So if we're using our MA150 diodes, I just clip two of them out. On the actual drawing there, it's showing them positioned like this, one after another. That is no good. What we're actually going to do is, we're going to take them and flip one over like this, and that is going to clip each half of the sine wave. So this one, for example, is going to clip the positive half, and that one's going to clip the negative half. And now you can either put them into your tags just like this, or you can do what I call ridiculously the helicopter, for no other reason than I bend them over and twist them round like helicopter blades. And those of you who watch the show will know that I absolutely hate helos. I couldn't stand it. I can't think of anything worse than going up in one of them bloody things. Death traps. Anyway, so I'll do that, and then I'll do the same on this side, and that will then just fit straight in the tag as it is. Here's where we are so far, and we're just about to add C6, which is this 220 NF cap. It's rather large, and normally what I would do is I would drop it into the holes on the outside of the tags here. But because we're going to have a lot going on the outside of these tags with this board, I'm going to try a different technique I've never done before, and I'm going to take my old clippings. I always say this, save your component legs, they're invaluable. I'm going to take my old clippings, solder them in here and stick them up in here, and then I'm just going to solder that to them and have it sitting high off the board, so then I've got space underneath to fit all the other components. So as you can see, I've soldered in two of my component legs. Next step, I bent them over for no reason, definitely didn't need to do that. Next step is going to be laying this component across them legs like that, and then I'll just solder it in place. Obviously I will make sure it's straight. I'll solder it in place, and then that'll be fixed to the board. There we have it, a capacitor on stilts. So that'll sit above the board nicely. I quite like how it's turned out, and that'll keep it out the way of all the other stuff I've got to fit down the sides. Now we're on to the R14. It's at first of our 510k resistors. To get 510k, I've got a 470k resistor and two 20k resistors. These are really nice old ones. That one's some sort of flame-proof new one. Makes 510k, happy with that. To fit these together and to make them go on the board, first things first, I am going to clean the legs. Of course, using my snips. Sometimes I do this with a Stanley blade, and I know you guys have some real cool ways of doing it. Please write it in the comments. If there's anything new that I haven't tried out, I'll definitely try it out and report back. So to join these together, I do that same twisty helicopter method. I can't believe I'm calling it the helicopter method. Now usually, because there's two of these the same and one different, I would have them in this sort of fashion twisted together. But because these look better than this one, vain, I know, ridiculous, I'm going to have them In that configuration, it really doesn't matter, but then when we're looking down on the pedal, you'll be able to see this resistor, which is a better looking resistor, in my opinion. So you make a 90-degree angle, twist them together in the old helicopter method. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying that, but there you go. And then same again on this side. Just twist them together like so. And then when you've made this kind of skeleton looking thing, you can just give your soldering iron a wet the tip and then solder these little bits together. I've shown this before. I mean, I'm sure everyone's seen me use this before, but there you go. Careful. Well, usually I burn myself when I pick this up. Give it a minute. When you're clipping these two bits off here, you don't want to get as close. It's really tempting. You don't want to get as close to the resistors as you can. Yes, it would look neater, but what tends to happen is they just fall apart. There's not enough meat on the bone here to hold them together. So I go one click back. You do have this annoying little tag hanging out, if you enjoy that, but better that hang out and you've got a resistor that works in a pedal that people are going to stand on, it stays working for a long time, then clip it too short and have nothing. There you go. And now to fit it into my enclosure, all I do is just bend them out 90 degrees and then slide them through the tags like this. So slide one through, and then once that's through, you can just clip this leg to where you are, and it'll fit straight through that tag now, like so. And then once you've soldered it in, you can manipulate it and make it look kind of straight or square if you want to. So I'm going to go ahead and solder that in now. Right, so now I've got that leg in. What I normally do is I'll just take my flat nose pliers and just straighten it up. So then when I solder the other end in, you've kind of got where it's going to sit. It's going to sit like that. And then when you're looking down, you'll just see the resistor on top. Okay, I made a clear mistake here. This 1UF, which I had down as C1, C1 is actually a 10UF cap, 10 microfarads, and C2 is the 1UF. So I'm going to have to pull this out, move it over to this position and put the 10UF here. And this is because I didn't tape my components down to the piece of paper. So they slid around a little bit and I messed it up. Get on. There's our cap removed and we're going to replace it with this 10 microfarad non-polar electrolytic. I've shown this before, but these non-polar ones, it doesn't matter which way round it goes. However, the longer leg would traditionally be the positive and the shorter leg the negative, and it indicates whether it's the inside or outside foil or whatever. I'm going to put the longer leg pointing upwards on our board because that's where the positive end of the cap would be, and I'll put the shorter leg going down on the board because that's where the negative end would be. Does it make a difference to noise? In a high voltage amplifier, I would say yes. In a pedal, probably not. But because I'm in here, I might as well do it anyway. That's all of our board populated down the centre. Next, if I get our diagram up, you'll see that in various spots, there's links joining together two of the tags. Next thing I'm going to add is the links. You can either do that with component legs going between them, or you can just use wire. Today, I'm just going to be using wire for simplicity. The first link we're going to be adding in is up here. It's 4 tags across, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Starts off where the clipping diodes go. Then it moves along another 2 tags, 1, 2, and then it goes in right here up against R5, which is a 51k resistor. I'm going to be using my silicone wire to add it in. We're making a blues pedal today, so it's going to be blue silicone wire, or I couldn't get any pink anymore because literally the world is running out of pink silicone wire. I will leave an affiliates link in the description, an Amazon link if you want to buy some of this wire. There isn't all that much of it going round left, I've got to say, but it is the good stuff. It's really flexible, and as you can see, when you add some heat to it, it doesn't sort of melt or anything, which is the key, really. So we're going in here where our resistors are, and we're going to go over to where the 51k resistor is, just here, which is 2 tags along. So if I just give that a strip and a tin, We can mount that through the center holes, like so. Give them a bend out on the underside, and then we can solder them in place, remembering that one of these tags has our really nice old diodes on that we don't want to burn out, so you don't want to hang about on there for too long, but at the same time you do want a good joint. Take away the excess. There's our first link wire now in place. I'm going to go ahead and fit in all the other link wires before moving on to the final components. There's our 3 links fitted on the outside edge. Next we're going to move on to the components. If I get the drawing up, you can see first in the top left corner we've got our polarity protection diode. Then we've got R17, R8, and then on the other side R16. I'm going to fit these. So if I take my diode, and I can see that the negative side wants to point to the right. Now, to fit these diodes, I like to keep them off the board a little bit, and that's because the heat from the board could damage the diode. They do get damaged easy, although these higher voltage, I think this is a 1 kilovolt diode, but these higher voltage diodes tend not to be as finicky with heat as some of the germanium ones and stuff. So if we fit that in there like that, and then solder it in, wet the tip, give it a solder. It's just going to solder into these 2 holes in the tags right in the middle, like so. And that's how I'm going to do all of the resistors now. I'll just go along and I'll solder them in place in them little tags at the end. Now we're on to R16, which is fitted over here. It's a 10 ohm resistor. Now that's a really low value. I didn't have any 10 ohms, but I've got these 2 carbon comp 5 ohm resistors, so I'm just going to use them. I'll do the old helicopter twist thing, put them together, and then they can slot in to the outside edge of this board. So because these are old carbon comps, the legs are absolutely filthy. Don't know what that build up is, like oxidization of some sort maybe. So I'm just going to line them up so then point in the same direction for no other reason than I like it. Give them a twist and a solder. Now again, I'm not going to clip this too close to the end because, as we all know, it'll fall apart and then I won't have a resistor. So this goes in at C7, which is here, and then it also goes across 1, just like R17 on this side. So it'll fit in there like so. And I'll just solder both of them legs into the base. There we are. And then once I've tidied up the bottom, like so, that's our board fully spammed up. Spammed up, is that a word? Who knows? Maybe I've got baloney on the mind after my Tony Baloney pedal turned up. Who knows? Now that the fun bit's done and the tag board's all wired up, let's move on to the op amp. I'm going to be using this. So this is just regular strip board that my buddies over at Gajira Effects Pedals printed on. How fantastic is that? You can send them any design you like and they'll print it onto a strip board. You can have it as a circuit. So for example, check out this. I've been saving this one for a good one. It's the Hello Sailor Effects Gibson font logo on strip board. I think I'm going to build some sort of delay on this for the video. Who knows? But how awesome is that? Hit up Gajira Effects with your design and you can have your own personalised strip board. I'm going to use this, however. And if we go back to our drawing, you can see that we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 going down, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 going across. So 6 down is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give it a little mark. And then 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Remembering to go over 1 from that. Now usually I saw these, but this is such a small board, I'm going to have a go at just doing it with my Nipex snips. I tell you what, when I used to build pedals on my wife's dining room table, she used to go mental with them little bits flying off all the time. So there we have it. This is our board for our op amp. So to mark out this board where we're going to do our splits, I'm going to be using a marker pen as ever. It's a little bit difficult to see on this one, but in the bottom left corner where it says IC1, there's like a row of splits. They've done dual, so like each, there's like two splits. There's no need to do that. But if we count 2 circles along, 1, 2, and then in the third row, we just dab 4 of the holes going up. Okay, so that should give us 2 lines above that aren't split, and that'll mean that our 2 halves of our op amp are separated. Going on from that, if we go to the top row, and 1, 2, 3, the 4th one along, 1, 2, 3, 4th one along, we put a dab in there. That's going to be a split. And then 1 below it is going to be a split. I mean, you can see all this on the drawing. Hopefully I'll have it on the screen. Then if we go 1 below and 1 below again, and then 1 across, we should have a dab there. And then if we just close the loop there and say, count the circles going to the right hand side of that, we can see there's 1, 2 circles left. And on our drawing, there's 2 circles left. I'm going to go ahead and use my Stanley blade to cut out the holes underneath, the breaks in the circuit. You can use a drill piece if you like. Someone suggested a pillar drill on one of my other videos actually. That's a fantastic idea and it sounds way too easy. So I'm going to do it the hard way and use my Stanley blade. Here we have our board marked out and all of the splits in place. The first thing I like to do on these is to add in our op amp sockets. I always use an op amp socket even if I know what op amp I'm going to use. I still socket them just because it means less heat in your op amp, and that's going to go right over the cuts that we've put in place. So on the drawing you'll notice that there's a second row of cuts there. It really doesn't matter if you cut them, that'll be enough. So I'm going to go ahead and solder that in now. Now our op amp socket is in place and soldered in. It's time to move on to the 2 resistors that are on here, the first of which being R10. R10 and R13 are both 1K resistors. I'm using these high precision resistors. They're ridiculously expensive for what they are, but I really do like them. I forget where I got these from now. I bought like a big job lot of them. Job lot? I love that. If anyone ever looks through eBay and looks at all the job lots and stuff and gets them, that's fantastic. This one here is going to be R10. I'm going to use the Ibanez Tubescreamer method, as I like to call it, of fitting resistors. So that's just bend it over so it's standing up on end. It goes into pin 7 and pin 6 of our IC. So 7 and 6 are right there. I'll just slot that all the way down to the end. And because it's a nice small bodied resistor, we can see that that is going to slot in there nicely. Forgive the legs a bend out so it doesn't move. I'm going to also fit in R13, which is another 1K resistor. I'm using the same type of resistor just because they're small and expensive, and I wanted to make this a stupidly expensive pedal. Why? I don't know. I feel like Stevie Ray would have had an expensive pedal there. He didn't even use a TS-808. I don't know why this is the Stevie Ray mod. I don't know if this is something he used, because he was known for using a TS9. So I don't really know there. This second resistor jumpers over this cut. So you can, it actually jumpers straight over, so there's like, it takes up 3 holes, as in, if I show it there, there's 1 hole gap in the middle, which is the split. But I'm gonna move it along 1, just because I've got space on this board to make it sit flat. There we go. Good. I'm going to go ahead and solder them in now. Right, I've just been having a little bit of a weird moment where I was like, why have I got enough space to lie this resistor flat with 2 holes underneath it, when really there should only be space for 1 hole? And it's because I cut 11 along. I'm looking at my drawing, it's actually 10 along. So I added an extra hole on the end. It doesn't matter, but just be wary, you know, if you've got a tight space in your enclosure and you don't want to waste space, be wary of that. But for me, it doesn't really matter. It does mean I get to lie my resistor flat now though. Get on. Next it's time to add in our transistors, I'm using these BC549 NPN silicon transistors, mainly because they have a fair bit of gain to them and they are really low noise. It doesn't really matter. I've used all sorts. I'd be hard pushed to find a difference in tone between using something like a BC109, 108 or any NPN transistor. I do always test them. So if I get our drawing up, you can see I've marked on the side here, collector, base, emitter. That is to show you that the collector goes at the bottom of the drawing, the base in the middle and the emitter at the top. Try not to get fooled by the shape of the transistors on the board, because yours may have legs that are a different pin out. So as ever, we're going to use our DCA 55 transistor tester to see what legs what. Now as ever, there's an Amazon affiliates link in the description for this. This is probably the best investment you can make if you're going to build more than 1 or 2 pedals behind your soldering iron. Maybe they're fantastic. So we can see it's an NPN silicon transistor. Red is our emitter, which is this one here. Green is the base in the middle. Good. That means we don't have to cross over any legs. And then blue is the collector. So we want blue to go at the bottom, red to go at the top. So blue at the bottom, red at the top, and green in the middle. So if I hold it like that, you can see that our transistor that we're using for this one is actually the opposite way round from the transistors on the drawing. So I would have potentially put that in the wrong way. Just a little something to know. While we're here, we might as well have a look and see what the HFE is. I went past it. So 423, that's fairly high gain. I certainly wouldn't be using that in a fuzz face or something. I have, of course, checked both transistors. We can see on the drawing that they go right next to these 2 cutouts here, with their bottom legs joined together in this row. So if I'm adding these in, I just add one to one side of the cutout, the other to the other side of the cutout. I mean, you can mix and match. You could probably use, I don't know, one of these and a 2N3904 if you wanted. I don't think it really matters. I'm sure there'll be someone in the comments who argues with that and tells me that I don't know what I'm doing. Great. Usually I like to use something with a metal can like a BC109 or 108, just because, or maybe an old Texas Instrument, something or other, because they look better. But today we're going to use these ones. First things first, I'm going to solder in the centre pins of each of them. Again, a gentle reminder that transistors are one of the components, much like pots and diodes, that if you put too much heat in them, you can ruin them. But please don't be scared to solder them. I see a lot of dry solder joints around these items because people are tentative and don't want to solder them. Just make sure your soldering iron's hot enough and should be okay. So now that I've straightened them up, I can go back and solder in the other 2 legs. Now this has just brought up something interesting. As I was soldering in this one from a funny angle, I've soldered two of the pins together, which is a bloody nightmare. So what I'm going to do is I'll clip the legs off that I have soldered to get them out the way. And now I'm going to try and unsolder that. You should use desolder braid. I've just been working on my Showman amplifier, so I've run out of desolder braid, and I don't normally like to use it. I just use my soldering iron to force it out of the way. Not the best way of doing it, but as you can see now, there is in fact a gap between the 2 tracks. So if I snip that leg off, I've created a gap. When I run my Stanley blade down the centre of these after I've finished soldering on the board, that'll make sure that there's a physical gap between them 2. But now I'm going to take extra care when I'm running my Stanley blade down there to make sure that there's nothing jumping across these 2 pins here. It's a pain to take this board off and then look at the bottom of it again once it's been in the enclosure. I'll go ahead now and solder them last 2 pins, and then we can move on to adding some of our silicon wire connections to this. Yeah, so next stage now is going to be to add in all of the wires that you can see on the drawing that attach to the outside of this board. Now we have all of our wire stripped and ready to go. I'm just going to go ahead and populate each side of this and put in every single wire that's going to come out of this board now, so then when I put it into the enclosure, it's all attached. Now we've got half of our wires added on. Let's take a little look at our drawing, and as you can see on the left hand side over here, third row down, there is a white wire that comes out and goes to gain. Well, it also goes to a place on the board which is our diodes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 2 wires into the same hole, so that then I can run one to the board to our diodes and the other to the gain pot. Okay, so on the face of it, it looks like we've wired up all of our wires that are coming from each end. However, there's 2 extra ones. If we get our drawing up, there's one over here above the op amp that goes to the board, and another one over here above the op amp and next to these transistors that goes to the board too. For some reason, Audio Done, whoever done this drawing, whoever drew this drawing, terrible England that, put these 2 wires at the top here, instead of just sliding them along and putting them at the end like the rest of them. I'm not really too sure why you did that, but I'm going to move mine to the end. Another thing to note is right at the bottom here, there's another wire that I almost missed off that goes to the tone L1. Now that we have both boards populated, we can move on to adding the hardware to the enclosure. This is the enclosure I'm going to be using. I'm using modern Vox Fawn Tolex, and I've got a little sign, I'll have to clean that up, that says SRV Spec TS808 High Fidelity Tubescreamer, and that's what I believe this is. It is a high fidelity Tubescreamer. I can really hear the difference between this and a standard Tubescreamer for clarity. Maybe you'll hear something different in the sound test, so we shall see. First, I'm going to go ahead and get all of our volume, tone, gain and stuff on here. I've shown this in previous videos, but there are 2 types of pots to get. This type here, which has like little solder lugs on there, my favourite type. However, sometimes I get this type here, which are PCB mount ones, so they come like this with their 3 spikes that usually go straight into a PCB, so that then you don't have to mess about, you know, it's like board mounted. But if you're going to use this type, I advise just taking your snips and bending back each one of the legs, and then you can use it as a kind of hook. So when you tin your wire that's going to attach to it, hook it round and you can get a good mechanical connection on it. So that's how I do that. Oh, another thing is with this one, the gain pot on the SRV TS808 is down as a 1 meg audio gain pot. That's no good. I prefer 500k. I highly advise that you use a 500k, but it's up to you with how much gain you want. Now comes the fun bit, trying to squeeze everything in. I did think that this enclosure offered me loads of space. It doesn't. And unless I suspend this board and risk fouling the top, I'm going to have to fit it right up close to the 3-pole double throw, so then it's away from the edge of the enclosure here. And I've had to snip off a corner of the board so then it can get closer to that stomp switch without while still having space on this edge. Then that leaves the awkward thing of where on earth do I mount the op amp board and the input and output buffers. Brilliant. So I'm going to put it going sideways right down here, squeeze it in there, and hopefully that'll be okay. Now, before I go ahead and do that, I'm going to fit the op amp, because it's going to be a nightmare to squeeze it in once it goes inside there. So this is our op amp. It goes that way round. Love this thing. Gold pins. It's amazing. Anyway, I think these sounded, or this one particularly sounded really clear in all the videos I've used it so far. So I'm going to sell it with this pedal. Our tag board and smaller board now fitted inside the enclosure. It's time to start wiring it up, the fun bit. With this one, unlike some of the other videos I've done, I am going to do a step-by-step wiring guide. This one gets a little bit complicated, and I have messed it up more than once, so if nothing else it'll give me a video reference to look back at. First we're going to start top left of our board here. We'll do these first to get them out the way. So top left of our board is the one that's in red on our drawing, and it goes round to the top right hand corner last tag, which is this tag right here. So I'm going to run that along and through here and just fit it in right there. Next on our list is the green wire on our drawing just above the IC here, and that's going to come round and it's going to go into the bottom of R4, which is 3 along from the end. So 1, 2, 3, it's going to come in right here, the bottom of R4, our 510k resistor. I'm going to run this one round this outside edge. In fact, no, I'm not. I'm going to run it along here, try and keep this bit spare. Run along here and keep it as tucked under the board as I can to avoid fouling the edge of the enclosure here when I put the bottom on. I'll run it round and attach it on. So that wire's in. Next, moving down, we've got our, if you remember, our wires that we put into the same hole. One of these is going to go to gain lug 2 and 3. So that'll be right the way over here. And the other one is going to go to the opposite side of the board to the diodes. So I'm going to go ahead and wire them in now. I'm going to put the gain going round the back. This one's going to go round the back and then meet up with the diodes right the way round this way. That's our dual wires gone in. One's gone to our gain pot and the other's come round to the back of the circuit here and gone into our MA150 diodes. Next, you can see there's one marked up yellow. That's this next one in line, and that goes to the top row of our circuit, 4th one along. So 1, 2, 3, 4, this tag here. And just as a little check, you can see that we've got a jumper in it, and it is a jumper on our drawing, so we know we're in the right place. Now that that's in place, our second to last wire is going to go round, and we can see it's marked up as green. And on our board, this bottom right hand corner here, if we move all this snake's wedding out the way, this bottom right hand corner here, second one along, that is where it's labelled up as green on our drawing. So we're going to run that wire around and tuck it in there. So that's now running around there and going into, if we can get the snake's wedding out the way again, into this pin here, second pin along on our tag board. The last wire coming out of this side of our op-amp board is going to go to earth. Now, because that's really close to where earth's going to be, I'm just going to run it to the top of this jack here, to the earth pin. We'll sort the rest of the earths out later, and I'll solder this one in later once I run all the other earth wires. Next wire up is this rather odd position one, going to tone lug 1. It's grey on our drawing. Really, I should have just moved this to the end and tucked it in there, but I spotted it late. So it's going to lug 1 of this. Slowly working through the snake's wedding that there was before. I'm feeling a little less claustrophobic in here now. Next is going to be this wire here, which is at the top right of our board on our drawing. And that's going round to the top, well, to the right hand side of R16. So there'll be 4 lugs along, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it goes into R16 right here. I'm going to run that along this way here and tuck it under the board, just because it's the shortest route, and I'm not opening up another route of cables because I like to keep that to a minimum. Now the next on the list is this wire here. It's labelled up as pink on our drawing, and this one, you may be tempted to think pink just goes up to this point of the circuit over here, which is R14. However, it also goes to level 2, so it goes there too. I'm going to run this to R14 and then from R14 to level 2. This caught me out for so long when I was first using this layout. It was a little bit tricky, I'm not going to lie, because it's kind of labelled up as pink from the board going to from this board going to this board. But then there's a sneaky little level 2 route on top of it. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and wire that into here and then from here over to here. So both of them are wired in. Now we're on to the next one down, which is red, and that does of course go to our DC jack. I'm just going to run this round, tin it and slot it into one of the holes, but I won't solder it yet because I've still got to run the rest of my wires and I'll need the 9 volt for the LED and for another point of the circuit. That's now going round to our 9 volt DC jack, not soldered in, waiting for the rest of the 9 volt wiring to go in. The next one down on our drawing, it tells us it goes to level 3. So this is the level pot. Level 3 is on the left hand side. Now usually you think 1, 2, 3, however, because this is upside down, it actually goes 1, 2, 3. So I'm just going to run this wire from here to here. Same again with our next wire. This one is going to the tone 3, which is over here. So I'm just going to run it straight down here and into the tone pot. Now that's in place, we're going to wire this last one in. That's also going to go to earth. So I'm just going to run it round. In fact, instead of running it round to there, I'm going to run it round to the board, and I think earth comes out of this cap here. If I remember rightly, C3. Yep. So I'm going to run earth to this cap here. And then I won't solder it in until I finish all of my other earth wiring. And now we have this board fully wired in. It's a little less claustrophobic now. It's easier to work, or easier to see what I'm working on. Next I'm going to move on to the earth, just because we've yet to solder a few bits in. If we look at our drawing, we can see that the earth connects to the 2nd pin along on this side, the 5th pin along on this side, and then all the way down to the other side of R17, which is here, or R8 and R17 join here. To make them connections, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this stuff. It's just plain wire. I think this is 26 gauge. I'm going to, in the past I have unwound transformers and took the coating off, and it just takes time to do it. So I'm going to use this instead. It's the first time I'm using it. If anyone's interested in this, I'll link it in the description below if you want to get one yourself. But I'm just going to run like an earth buzz bar along here and drop down to the pins that I need to. And then same again at the back here, I'm going to run an earth buzz bar here, right the way round to here. And then just final thing I'll do is just join them together. Our 2 earth lines are put in. We've got one on the board here, joining the 3 earth points together, and then one coming from our 9 volt jack, right the way along the top of our input and output jacks. While I'm here, I'm going to run the earth from this point here round to our 3-pole double throw switch. And then I'm also going to, as you'll notice if I get the drawing up now, you'll notice that there's a G next to C5 here. The reason being is that goes to ground too, so I'll run a ground from here, so round here and then down and round to the back of this. The first couple of these I built, I missed out that earth wire because it's not on a drawing, and it's missing off a few drawings, but this cap actually filters out a high pitch frequency that you don't really hear unless it's turned right the way up. And Mick from that pedal show, I sent him one of the early ones actually, and he found it unusable because I'd missed this damn wire out. So I think my buddy Warren is the only one that got one of the early ones with that wire in, but there you go. Anyway, I'm going to wire that up now, and that'll get rid of that nasty high-end squeal. Now that that's all in place, I'm going to move on to wiring this board here. I'm going to start top left, work my way along this row, and then bottom left and work my way along this row. First of all, this first pin that leads to our polarity protection diode is going to be 9 volts, so I'm going to run a wire from here right the way around and into our 9 volt switch. Actually, while I'm there, I might as well run another wire round and go to the live of our LED. That's our 9 volt wired in. We've got half of our LED wired into this lug or this pin, and then from round here into our 9 volt. I've joined both of the legs together on the 9 volt DC jack. If anyone wants to know more about the wiring of that, I did a whole video, my first pedal build, something like that. Check that out. Now I have found a problem. So as we're going along the board, we can see the next wire coming out is the 3rd pin along, so the opposite side of C5. We can see it's blue, but there's no wire in there, even though on our drawing coming from here, the blue wire at the bottom here should have come to here. But instead I read the drawing wrong, and I read that went to earth. So now what I'm going to have to do is remove this wire. I've put it into this this earth here. Didn't need to go there. Need to remove that, extend the wire by basically nothing, and put it into the third tag along, which is the opposite side of C5, which is our filter to get rid of that high pitch noise. There we can see I have attached now into this lug here, this cable or this wire here. Get on. If we keep going along, the next one along is the yellow pin, is the yellow wire. We've actually got that wired in. Good. Then we've got our earth connection. Good. Then the next one along is tone 2. So I'm just going to slide a little bit of metal over from here, over the tone 2. There's our little wire attached to tone 2. If we keep going along, we can see there's nothing in there, and then we have so nothing in there, which is where the jumper attaches. Then we have our pink wire for the level 2. Then after that, just before this earth, after that we have out. So that's going to go to the output of our switch, which is over here. Last but not least, for this back row here, if you go to the third tag along, you can see something labelled up P1. Now, this confused me for a while, but however, it comes right the way round to the other side of the board and to where our jumper goes into the bottom of our 510k resistor. It also says P1, so we join them two together. I could have done that off board underneath or something, but you know, I didn't. Now that our P1 wire is in, the next bit is over here on the bottom left corner. We'll start on this row, is level 1. So it comes right the way around. I'm going to run around this top wire and loom here. So it'll come out of here, round here, go round this top wire and loom, and then it's going to come round here and drop into level 1 just here. Okay, so there's our wire going into the bottom there. Next we've got a wire coming out from underneath this cap here, coming from R5, the bottom side of it, and it's going to gain lug 1. So I'm going to run the wire from here, round the back here, round, and then into lug. Ooh, if we can get it on camera, round the back here, up here, and then into lug 1 on the gain pot. Now that that's in, the only thing left to go is the in, which comes from the back of this 10UF cap. We've got our input and output caps here. The back of this 10UF cap comes out round the back here, up to the back of the switch and into the in lug. Next I'm going to wire up both the input and output wires coming from our input and output jacks. I'll be running the wire round the back here, through this cable loom here, and then straight to each of the jacks. There's our input and output jacks now wired up to our 3-pole double throw switch. Next, or lastly for this switch, I'm going to add in the little link round the back here that'll just allow the bypass signal through. Now our 3-pole double throw switch is fully wired up. The last thing to do, or the last two things to do, sorry, is attach a resistor here going to our negative side of our LED, which is the current limiting resistor, and then also attach together our two earth bus bars. I mean, I could have wired them earths directly into there, but I kind of like how the bus bars look. Oh, and also I'm going to add in some cable ties just to tidy things up. I mean, it's pretty tidy, but a few cable ties wouldn't go amiss, eh? That's the internals now fully wired up and we're ready to go to fit the base. The base itself is currently in my freezer, much to my wife's dismay. And that's because after putting the Tolex on these, there isn't much space between the enclosure and the base. To fit the base in, really, it just doesn't fit. So I find if I keep this hot or warm and then put the enclosure in the freezer, they'll fit together just long enough for me to get the screws in, and then it'll all expand and what have you, and yeah, hopefully we'll get it in time. Also, knobs wise, I'm not doing a choice of knobs with this one because I really want to use these Dumble style large hat knobs. I think they're going to look really cool with this pedal, and that's what I'm using. Right, now let's go and raid the freezer. Okay, so we've got it all together. I got my test board out ready to film a demo of this awesome Tubescreamer, and quick as a flash, nothing. I got my audio probe out, give it a good probing. I was literally getting no signal. I couldn't figure it out. I mean, it's like what, nearly 1:30 in the morning. Yeah, I was just about to sack it off, go to bed, and I thought maybe I'll just have a little look round, and I managed to miss the very last tag on this board, bottom right. is actually attached to earth. And when we were checking it before and I was rushing to go and pick up my 5-year-old from school, I didn't attach this tag. So, well done, Joe. In fact, I've left a bit of wire on there. Let's snip that off while we're here. So now that that's in there, we've got it working again. You know, I still advise using an audio probe, and I have got a video showing you how to make and use an audio probe. Definitely recommend that. But now I'm going to get this back together and we'll get a test done.
And now it's time for the sound sample. But before we hear this Tubescreamer masterpiece in action, I'd like to know what Stevie Ray song you like the most. I bet you can't guess what mine is. This next video is a really special one to me. It is the ZVEX, or ZVEX for my American friends, box of rock. Now why is that special? It's special because the first boutique, or quote unquote boutique pedal I ever owned was the ZVEX Distortron. Now the Distortron is basically a cheaper version of the box of rock, and it sounded great. I was playing it through my orange Tiny Terror and it just sounded fantastic. It was a joy to build this pedal, and I'd love to know if you're considering building one yourself.
This is the enclosure I'm going to use for my box of rock. I thought it was appropriate to have two rock chicks on the front, which is of course the two girls from the Flintstones. My buddy Warren sent me this artwork a number of years ago now. I believe it was a number of years ago. Anyway, he sent me this artwork and it seems to be selling well on pedals, so I thought, what better to use than this on a box of rock. Now there are some issues. I didn't age this pedal, mainly because I didn't have time before this video. It takes quite a while to get them aged and stuff. And also the yellow isn't really a Fender colour or a Gibson colour, so it kind of look a bit weird if I just aged it, because there weren't guitars aged in this colour. I did, however, check this out, chip the enclosure before I put the top coat on it. Unfortunately, but by the time I'd noticed it was chipped, it was either a case of put the top coat on in a drying time to film this episode, or don't. So I chose to do this. I'll obviously, when I sell it, I'll drop the price a little bit because of them chips. What else can I do? Anyway, the tag board for this one, I'll put the circuit on screen now. Get a screenshot of it while you can, or come back to this point in the video and pause for the build yourself. So the tag board, it has 14 tags on it. My Kossoff Drive has 8 tags on it. This is a massive circuit, and to fit it inside here, it actually doesn't fit all the way to the bottom of the enclosure unless I raise it up a little bit, and even then I'm going to have to run wires underneath it. It's huge. I've never built one of these before, and I've certainly never built one on tag board, so we're going to give it a go. Apologies for interrupting this rocking show. However, I'd like to just say thank you to everyone who subscribed recently or watched videos, because I managed to hit the first level of monetization here on YouTube. And that means I get to have not only a merch store, but loads of other cool benefits too. So truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And I hope you'll stick around till the end of this video and much more. Because there's so many components for this one, I'm just going to go through them as I populate the board with them. Now first up, we have two 1 meg resistors. I mean, you can use any type. I've got these old carbon comp ones or some less old ones that are slightly bigger. These ones tend to have dirty leads, so I'm going to clean the leads on them. Now this one's going to go between the first two lugs on the left, right here. Now, also coming from this side here is going to be our other 1 meg resistor. It's going to go like so. I'm only going to solder this corner in because the other lugs are going to have components going to them. Right, next on the list is a 9-volt Zener diode. And this is them. I haven't even opened the packet yet, look at that. So this diode is going between this lug here and this lug here on the left hand side, because we're going to build left to right as ever. Now when orientating these, we want to make sure that our line is pointing this way, because that's the way it's situated on there. So I'm going to go ahead and fit this in. There's our 9-volt Zener fitted. Now I haven't soldered this leg in here because we're going to need to put in a 100 UF cap, which is here. Now I show this all the time in videos, but I use my flat nose pliers to bend the legs of these 100 NF caps, because then I get both legs at the same height. Our enclosures are, in fact, thinking about it, because we've got to raise this board up to fit in the enclosure so it's so big, I probably don't want this sitting off the board too high. So I'm not going to raise it up off the board like I normally would, because it will foul the top of the enclosure and won't fit in, and I'll curse myself later. So I'm going to do the thing I hate doing, and that's folding the legs flat. Damn. Oh well, there you go. Catching problems live. Better to do that than find out after I've soldered it in and trying to fit in an enclosure, eh? Right, once we've got that sort of central, I'm going to solder this end because there's nothing else going in this end. Like so. I'll just quickly tidy up them ends. Right, now in this side here, oh, if I straighten that up, in this side here we've also got a 1 meg resistor going between these two lugs as well. So I'm going to use yet again a smaller resistor just because I've got it. I think this might be my last small one, so any that go between the lugs, next time will have to be the larger variant. Doesn't matter as long as it is indeed a 1 meg. The key to doing all of these is always be looking at what capacitor or resistor or component, shall we say, is going in next. If you solder something in before you've fitted all the components in. Apologies about that, I got a phone call on my duty phone. So where were we? Right. If you manage to solder in components before you've fitted all the components into that lug, you create the world of problems for yourself when you've got to try and slide components in or whatever while applying heat. So it's best just to look ahead, maybe 1 or 2 steps, and see what's required so you know what to solder in next. For example, I know I can solder this joint here because there's nothing else going in it, But here we've got some more components going in. So I'm going to go ahead and solder this now, and then we'll move on to what components go in there next. Another thing that becomes really apparent when you're soldering several components, especially if they've got thicker legs, into the same lug, is if you have a dirty soldering iron. So I have this solder tip cleaner, and I just put my iron in there, and I change the tip quite regularly, to be fair. It's one advice I would give you is to change your tip as often as you can, because it makes the world of difference. It really does. Right, so on the other side of our 1 meg resistor, we have a 5.1k cap. I've got these are vintage, which is why the legs are absolutely caked in crud. Brilliant. So I always say this, I clean the legs like this, or I use a Stanley knife to clean them, and people always tell me off for it, but how do you guys clean the legs of your components, or do you even bother? So I started after Stu Tate from Tate Effects kindly told me that my solder joints were shocking, but in the nicest way possible. Thanks, Stu, if you're listening. He was very diplomatic in telling me, and I learned a valuable lesson, that keep your tip clean and your components, especially if you're using vintage components, because they tend to crap up over time. Anyway, so we're going to fit this 5.1k resistor. I keep going to say cap for some reason. I'm going to fit that between these lugs here. I do try and keep them central. I know I don't always achieve it. Now, I can solder this end here, but there's another component going in this end. So I'm just going to solder the end that I can in to keep it in place. There we go. And then next, if you're looking at your drawing, you'll see that there's a 22 NF cap going across here. I'm using tropical fish caps as ever, just because they're my fave. No, they're not really. For some reason, it really offends people that when I use the Mullard tropical fish caps, I don't know what they have against them. There's always a comment about someone telling me that it makes no difference, or use the cheapest ones, or whatever. Sometimes I feel like, I don't know, people are watching the wrong video. I'm all about excess. So anyway, now I can solder this end, but I can't solder this end because there are in fact more going in it. So there we are. Now I've got to keep reminding myself that we're trying to keep all the components as close to the board as possible on this one, just because I'm going to have to raise the circuit up to fit it in the enclosure that I want to fit it in. So next, from here to here, we have a 470k and a 470pf. So a 470k resistor, which is here, a nice vintage Phillips one, get in, and a 470pf cap, which is this silver mica cap here, nice vintage one again. This is going to be like the most all-out box of rock ever. It's like ridiculous vintage components on a silly sized tag board for what? Something that Zvex makes, or Zvex. Zvex makes better than anyone on a PCB. I don't know. Don't know what I'm playing at. Let's have it. So the legs on these Phillips resistors are really thick. So they take a little bit of heat, and they're a bit of a nightmare to manipulate if you'd have to manipulate them anywhere. So I'll put that in first. Now what I'm going to do is, because there's no component lying in the middle here and there's a big open space, I'm going to take my flat nose pliers, grab the resistor and just bend it into that space. So that should give me a little bit of space to get this cap in there too. He says, as if I can get it through there. awesome resistors kind of hidden underneath the cap, which is a bit of a waste, but because I'm trying to save space for the enclosure, there's not a lot I can do about that. So we can solder this end now. And because, like before, there's a lot of large components in there, it's going to take a bit of soldering. I'm going to go over that again just because now the wires are out the way, I can see what I'm doing. Now the other side of this isn't going to get soldered because I've got some other components to go in, but we'll catch up with that. Next, we're going to use a 180 ohm resistor going from this lug here to this lug here. I'm going to have to go and have a little look for that because as ever, I forgot my fluke, which is shocking, so I can't actually just test which resistor is which, and I've had to like marry up some resistors together to get the right value for this one because I didn't have it in stock. Now no doubt the more astute you have been screaming at the screen saying that I've actually put them into the wrong hole. It's meant to be the next one along, so it's a good job I took 2 seconds to look. It's a bit of an odd thing to jump 2 lugs on a tag board. I've never really done that before, but that's what the layout is saying. So hopefully I've left enough, I clearly haven't on the capacitor, but hopefully I've left enough lead on this resistor to reach. Well done, Joe. Right, so I've snapped the lead on the resistor. Brilliant. So time for a different tact. I'm going to yet again take one of my old component legs that I've took off, and I'm going to marry that up with them there. Should really have a good mechanical connection, but I don't think there's enough left on that resistor to get it, so that's not going to happen, unfortunately. Right, there we have it. So carefully this one, this 470 ohm 470k resistor and 470 pf cap jump 2 lugs and go in here. Now between the lugs there are going to be 180 ohm resistor. However, I haven't got a 180 ohm resistor. The closest I could get is 2 390 ohm resistors in half, so that gives us as close as I can physically get. Anyway, to build this, I've put 2 of them together and I've done my little helicopter thing, but just wound them right the way down. And now I'm gonna bend one half over on itself. I'll clip them straight so I get that sort of shape, and then I'll just slot that in there. Another thing I'm going to do, because these are quite thick leads, I'm just going to squeeze the ends of the lead so then they're flat or flatter, and then they'll fit through the two lugs a bit easier. Good job I said easier and not easy, eh? Because they are not going in easy. Right, so plan B. I'm going to make them very flat and then snip them so then they're really small. Okay, so scratch that. I was trying to avoid I was trying to avoid putting them through the centre lugs here for no reason really, because I normally put, well, it is a reason, I normally put my transistors through them. However, that makes them stick up in the air, which we don't want in this build. So I'm going to put the transistors on the outside lug facing that way, and I'll just add that in there, which again, bit of an issue because it's pointing up. Maybe if I situate it like that, we'll get away with it. That's exactly what I'm going to do. That way it's not sticking up any more or less than any other component. See, normally I don't have to care about this because the enclosures are usually massive. I'm using massive components, but I really didn't want to use a large enclosure for something that Zvex fits into something so small, you know. That's okay, there we are. Now, coming from this point here, we've got a 1 meg resistor coming from the next lug along into there. Take our 1 meg, give the legs a clean. Now I'm going to go into this one first because it's a bit of a pain to squeeze 2 components into one. If I was to go into this side first, I'd have to try and squeeze the components into there while it's in there, and it just makes it a bit awkward. It's a really awkward way of doing it, that. Right, so next is to solder this end in, because there's nothing else going in this end that just holds it in place. Now, there's a bit of a choice here. I can either, because the next component is going to be a 1 meg from here to here. Now I can either run the 1 meg this way, as I have with these littler ones, or I can run it through these 2 lugs here, just to keep the size or the amount of components in there down, and I think I'm going to do that actually. So we solder this in. It doesn't matter which way round you put them, to be fair, but because I'm not at home, I haven't got any more of them smaller ones in, so we'll have to put them this way, and I just think it would be easier to, with this one already being there. It'll just be easier to solder it in place like that. There we go. Okay, so next on the list is a 5.1k from here to here. That meets up with the bottom of that 1 meg. So again, we've got these vintage ones with the crud all over the legs. Let's give that a thorough clean, I think. Now this end can be soldered. Again, looking ahead, it looks like we've got a little jumper to put in the other side, so that end can go in. Now this side here, we've got a jumper that goes to this lug here. There's going to be 2 components crossing it, so I could use one of them, I suppose, and put some cable sheathing over it, but if I'm going to do that, I might as well just use some cable. So let's see, on our drawing, it goes in one away from there, so that's right there. And there is something else going in that, which is awkward, so I'm not going to solder it in. It's going to run all the way to here. we are. Now I can solder this top end because there's nothing else going in that position. That's nice and easy. Then it's a, well, it says a 330 ohm resistor from this position here to the next one along here. Well, I've only got 390 ohm. What's 60 ohm between friends, eh? Close enough for government work, are we going to say? We'll give it a try and see what happens, and if it doesn't work out, I can always change it later on. It's the good thing about tagboards. If you make a mistake or if there's something you're not sure about, it's so easy, even with the pedal installed, to be able to just change this out. If you've got something like veroboard or strip board or whatever, it becomes very hard to change anything because you've got to remove the board, and then, whereas for me, just cut it out and solder something else in its place. Oh no. Ha. So I've just soldered that in, and there's actually another component. There's a 1 meg going from here to here. I can solder this end, so I just got the wrong end. Brilliant. So let's solder that in, then I'll show you how I get round it. Or, well, I suppose you've probably guessed how you get round it. Heat it up and just stick a component in the hole. So here's our 1 meg. It's got to go between here and here. Put it through this hole because that's where it's got to go, and then I'll get it so then it's where I want it to sit on a board, and I'll cut just past it, so then I'm not trying to force lots of component end through a hole. I can just sneak it in a little bit, heat it up with the soldering iron, and then just push it in. Now once it's in situ, I do advise that you go over the joint again. I mean, you don't have to, but I figure if you're here with the soldering iron, you might as well. And then usually it'll be all bent up and stuff, so you'll have to straighten it up however you want it with your snips. That should do it. So there is a component coming from there, so maybe I'll push it over that way. There. Not as pretty as I'd like, if I'm honest. Now, we've got that down here in this position. We have a 22NF that joins up with this one here. We can solder this end because there's nothing else going in, but there's a 1 meg going up here. Here we go with the tropical fish again. We can solder this end. Try not to knock it out of whack. So if I lift that up, straighten up everything that I've messed up, eh? There we have it in place. Now from this one here, we're going to have a 1 meg going from here to here. Now I've showed you how to put them across here, I've showed you how to put the little ones across there. Now for these ones, if I'm joining the this sort of size resistor 1 lug across, all I do is bend it in half and make this sort of shape, and then you can slot it in as so. It's not really important, but the way I like to do it is, if I'm doing something like this, I put the body of the resistor away from whichever side has the largest component, which happens to be that side. Now I'm going to solder this side in. But I have a feeling the other side is going to have a ton ton of components in there, so I won't solder that side in, and I am exactly correct. So first things first, we're going to have a 5.1k from here to here. And this is the last of our Phillips capacitors, Phillips resistors. I did think there was enough one in here, but maybe I was wrong. I was definitely wrong. Right, so from here, there we are. That's how that one's going to go. Now neither side can get soldered in. There's me jumping the gun, because I need a 82 ohm resistor between here and here. Now I haven't got an 82 ohm, but I have got 247 ohms. So I'm going to take these two and do my little join as such. Give it a quick solder. Now I know I always say it, when you're cutting the top off them, don't cut too close to the resistors, otherwise the whole thing just falls apart. I know it doesn't look very neat having them like that, but I promise you it's better than the thing falling apart in some time and then not doing the job that you want it to do. So this side can get soldered in. And actually both sides can get soldered in, this side can get soldered in too. Perfect. There we go. Now, as for this end, we have a 1 UF cap coming from here over to here. So I'm using non-polar. It says non-polar on the circuit drawing, and I've just realised I've missed the 2NF cap out of my little pack. I wonder if I've got anything I can use for that. Damn. Right, now because these are quite big, normally I raise them off the board, but don't want to raise this one off the board because we're trying to keep the size down. So I've got a choice of either squeezing it in here with not much space or mounting it underneath, and I'm going to mount it underneath. So to mount it underneath, I've got to solder this first. Then it's going to go through that lug there, and then also through this one here. I want to keep it as tight to the body as I can. This will probably set the height of the circuit in the inside the thing. So I'm going to fold them over, double check that I've got them in the right spacing. Yes, I have, and then just solder them in. There we go. There. So there's our 1 UF fitted to the board. Now across here we've got a 10 NF here. let me see. I don't want to solder that in because, oh yeah, I do. I'll have to, there's not much space in the lugs here, so there is going to be another component going into either side of this, but because they're so close, because this component's so big, it's a pain to squeeze them in there, so I'll go into this centre bit here. Now, the top side is going to be a 47, no, not a 47, an 82K cap, which is here. So clearly I didn't have an 82K cap, but I have got a 470K, 82K cap, what am I saying? 82K resistor. Come on, Joe. Let's get the English out. So I didn't have an 82K resistor, but I do have a 100K and a 470K. Add them together in parallel and you get close enough. I would like to show you on my Fluke, but of course I haven't got it with me. Brilliant. This is just going to sit between them. Look there. I don't really want to have it raised like that far off the board. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lie it flat basically. It's not brilliant, it's probably going to be the highest component, but bit of an awkward one. But we got there in the end. There you go, and I can just probably bend that forward a little bit, like so. I'll keep it in. Right, next we've got a 47K going through this side, which is going to be this one, and again I don't want to stick it up standing up, bit awkward. So with this one I'm going to run the legs along the body like that. Then, because I'm a genius and I've already soldered this bit in, I'll have to cut the leg to size and then solder it and then make the longer leg fit the same. So it'll sit like that eventually. Just give that other leg another solder, make sure it's in the way that I want it. Straighten it up. I mean, I love these dial resistors. That's actually a 47K resistor, not a capacitor. It's an old one. There we go. Now, from here to here, we've got a 22 NF cap, and it doesn't like attach to anything else, so I can just whack it in the space and solder both ends, which is fantastic.
there's our tropical fish cap in that position. Now it's almost like the circuit breaks a sec, so we get a little bit of space back, and I can see there's two 10k resistors and two 2NF caps. Being amazing, I've only put one 2NF cap in here, which is not great. I have got my two 10k resistors though, so I'm going to go away and see if I can salvage one from something I've got lying around here and see where we are. Okay, all I could find was a boring old box cap. Well, I'm just going to have to go with this. So I'm going to ensure that this 2NF, well actually it's a 2.2 NF cap, close enough. I'm going to ensure that that one's in the first position because that's part of the tone stack, and the second one is the output cap. So we'll have the boarding cap as the output cap and the other one as part of the tone stack, but there you go. So back on with it. Next we're going to use our 10k resistor, and that's just going to go straight up and down between these. Now I can attach this end, but I can't attach the upper end because we've got some other components going in there. There we go, and next in this same bit is going to be the first of our 2NF caps, or 2.2 NF in my case. Close enough for government work, I think. Now again with this one, we want to just double check and see if we've got any other components to go in there before we go soldering away, and we do. There's a 10k going to go across here, but I'm going to put it through the center holes because, well, space. So if I solder this top one in, that's not quite soldered properly. For some reason these little polystyrene caps, the little legs on them are a bloody nightmare to solder. Right, there we are. So that's in place. Now next we do need to put our 10k resistor across them two lugs there, but I'm not going to do that just yet. I'm going to solder in our last cap, and that's just going to go between these two lugs here. Straighten that on, and there's nothing else going in these, so I can solder away. Okay, now last but not least is to fit this in here. I'm going to bend that out the way, and I'll probably fit it lengthways like that, just to keep the height down, because again we've got to squeeze it into our enclosure. Seems reasonable to me. What are we looking like? Right, there we go. These should be our last on board or this should be our last on board component, should I say. Usually at this point I will wire up, there's a lot of the lives joining together and a lot of the earths joining together on this, and there's some jumpers in and stuff. Normally I will wire them up on the bottom, but because I've never made this circuit before, I don't want to wire them up on the bottom, and then if there's a problem, me not be able to see the wires while I'm tracing it. So I'll install it in the enclosure, and then I'll wire up all the wires that need to go in as we go, just so then if there's a problem,
I'll be able to see the wires when I'm diagnosing it, and I can already see that I've left a little bit of scrap metal in there. Don't want to leave that, shorten something out. Actually, what am I talking about? Can anyone spot what is absolutely missing from the circuit? What, apart from the transistors? Well done, Joe. Brilliant. There we go. So this circuit calls for BS 170s, as my American friends would say. BS 170s. They're MOSFET transistors. I haven't got them. Well, I have. I've got some, but I'm not sure if they're real or not. I'm not sure if they're something else and labelled up as BS 170. They don't sound great. So I'm going to use 2N7000s. Now, I know that these are real and good, and they're fantastic. They do the same job as the BS 170s, only that maybe slightly less gain, I would say. You know, that's nitpicking. The only thing is, they are the opposite way round. So the pinouts, a BS 170 would go in this way round, and you'd have the source, gate and drain. These ones are the opposite way round. To make it source, gate and drain, we have to fit them in like that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put these in now. They're going to just go in one after another on the end here, and I'm going to have them so that then the round bit is facing towards the body. That's how you will fit them. If you're fitting BS 170s, they'll fit that way round, but I'm going to fit them that way round because these aren't BS 170s. It'll all make sense. There's our 2N7000 MOSFET transistors now added. Circuit's looking a bit busy, to be fair, as far as tagboard goes. It's fairly big, and I really wish that was on the upper side so then you can see it, but you know, what can you do? Now it's time to get this installed in our box of rock enclosure. So now we have all of our fittings and fixtures attached to our enclosure. I've managed, so instead of going this way around, which was, I mean, what do we think? Does that look okay? It's real tight, and I'm worried that I'm going to foul the enclosure and something's going to short out. Or, because I managed to squeeze in these smaller tone and volume pots, I could probably fit the circuit in long ways, and that'll give me loads of room either side. I mean, we're only just about sneaking past that jack there, but I think we'll be alright. Let me know what you think. Would you, if you were buying this pedal, would you prefer if it was that way, or don't care? I mean, personally, I like to fit them that way, but you know, that's a fine balance between shorting out or not. I think I'm going to make a command decision, and I'm going to go that way. Right, I'm going to get this circuit installed, and then we'll crack on with the wiring. And that is the tag board now mounted inside the enclosure. It's going to be fun trying to wire this bad boy up. There's quite a few connections in here, and not as much room as I normally like, but there you go. I have, as ever, forgot stuff. I'm duty in work today, and I forgot LEDs and the resistors to go with the LEDs, and also the LED bezel. So I'm going to have to fit that at home after my duty, and probably before the sound sample. But we can crack on with some wiring. So the first wire I'm going to start with is the earth wire. I'm going to start from this end of the board, and there's an earth wire that attaches here, and then it comes all the way down to here, and then it attaches again to the bottom of this 1 meg, yeah, and then it goes all the way down to here and then to ground. And there's also a ground on this side, but I'll just focus on this side first. So I'm going to link all of them together, along with, while I'm here, I'll link in the stomp switch, because we need a ground for that, for our LED. So I might as well wire that in while I can. It's going to be that lug there. That's earths attached to our 3-pole double throat switch, and then here, here and here. I've run another wire down to this end lug here, which is also an earth, but I've left it open because next I'm going to add in the earth for our gain, which is this center lug here. And for this, I'm just going to add in one of my cut component legs If anything, it'll just stabilise the whole circuit up against that structurally, so that's helpful. And then I'll run another wire around here, and that can attach to the 2 earths on our jacks. I know you don't have to wire both of them up to earth because the enclosure is actually earthed, but I just do it anyway. So the 2 enclosures, the 2 jacks, and then also our 9-volt connection, the earth on that, we'll add them straight to that. And then our volume pot, the earth is pin 1 here, so I'll run another one of these down to that, and then that should be it. Oh no, tell a lie, I was going to say that should be it, but there's actually another earth which I'll probably run from this position here round to here. All of our earths are now fully wired up, and I almost missed one down here as well, going to the 82k over here, but we got there in the end. Next I'm going to go back over this side, and I'm going to finish off the 9-volt wiring. So the 9-volt comes from around here, and it goes in here through this 82 ohm resistor, and then from this side it joins to the points of the circuit that power up our BS 170s in your case, but it'll be 2N7000s in my case. We've now got our live wire coming from over here. I've left this lug on our 9-volt jack free because I'm going to run a wire around for the supply to our 9-volt. 9-volt is our supply for the LED at a later date. It'll probably run around this way actually, but I haven't got the LED here. So, but anyway, this wire runs round, comes in and meets the 82 ohm cap that I made out of 2 caps here. Then it jumps over to the next 5.1k resistor. You'll see there's 3 of them on the board here. Shocker, that's because 3 of them supply these 3 transistors with voltage. That's all wired in. Next, the only thing, or lastly on this side, that needs to be wired in that I can see is the input, which is coming from here. It goes in through this 100 NF cap. So I'm just going to run a wire out round here, and I'm actually going to come round the back into the input because that's where all the other wires are going. I'm going to move on to this row of tags. The first wire up is from this here. Handily, I didn't look at the schematic like I was supposed to, or look at the layout properly, because there's a wire that has to come from this lug here round to the gain pot, but I've obviously soldered that in, so I'm probably going to try and sneak the wire in at the back here, or maybe I'll go from the center lug here. Let's see. That's now fitted going to our gain pot. Next I'm just going to go ahead, I've got coming out of here, comes round to our volume pot in lug 3, which is the inboard pot, the inboard lug. We're going to have a wire that comes there, and then the center lug is going to come out and go round to our output of our switch. Now it's time to wire up the most awkward pot, the tone pot, right in the center here. And the 3 lugs are going to go over to, well, 2 of them are going to go over here to these 2 here, and then one of them is going to go over to the other side of this 82k resistor and the 10 NF cap, so right here, which is attaching into this tone stack area that I said before. I'm going to go ahead and wire them in now, and then we'll get on to the signal wires for the whole circuit. There we have the tone pot right stuck down there underneath this. It would have been easier to keep this out while I wired that up, to be fair, but that's now wired up. Whilst doing that, being the absolute legend or legend that I am, I just noticed that I missed out the output of our volume pot. Is it our volume pot? Yeah, our volume pot, and the line coming from here going into our volume pot. I did say we were going to do that and I didn't do it, so I'm just going to wire them in now. So there'll be a wire coming from here around the outside and going into our volume pot here on number 3, and then number 2 is going to come out. I'm probably going to take it round that way and go into the 3-pole double throw switch, and that's going to be our output. Today's Sunday and we've got a new class joining the establishment, so I've had to run off and show people their bunks and stuff, so I keep forgetting things because I'm going away for an hour and then coming back to it. That's my excuse anyway. Yeah, it's always fun to see people join for the first time straight out of basic training, where they've had drill shoved down their throat and they've been running around a camp for 10 weeks or whatever, and then they come here and it's a bit more chilled out. So yeah, but that's my excuse on why I keep messing things up anyway. That's our volume pot fully wired up. We've got a line coming from here into the volume pot on pin 3, and then a line coming out of the volume pot on pin 2, all the way into the output of our 3-pole double throat switch. Lastly, well, not lastly because I still need to do the LED, but lastly on here, I'm going to do the input and output, going to here and here, and our little loop that I always forget. That's our box of rock now fully wired up, apart from the fact that I need to run one wire from here round to our LED, the live, and then from the LED there's going to be a resistor going over to here to join up with the earth, but I'll have to do that at home because I absolutely forgot to bring any LEDs or even the mounting stuff for it. Here's how it looks. We've got our rock chicks on there. I went with these Gibson style knobs. Oh, look, I've left some plastic on that one. That's not very professional of me. I went with these Gibson style amplifier knobs. I really like them. Bakelite. I think they go well with this colour.
And now it's time for the sound sample. That was an absolute mammoth build. If you like that build, I'd like to know if you've ever tried this pedal before and what you think of the tones in person in the comments. This next one really surprised me. It is the DOD 250. It sounds nothing like what I imagined, and building it on tagboard made it just all that much better. This one's one that if you're thinking about starting out using op amps and you've never used them before and you want to use one with a tagboard, this is the perfect pedal for you to do.
So as voted by the fine people on my Instagram, here we have the DOD 250. This is a tagboard layout that was drawn by someone called Gust, and then I've cut the picture off. Apologies to the original author of this drawing. I will link this article in the description below so you can all follow it and find the drawing to follow along with this project. Okay, so first thing you're going to need is a soldering iron, solder and tools. To learn more about which tools I recommend and hear me drone on about soldering irons for 5 minutes, take a look at the Boss BD2 video that's linked below, and I go through all of that on there, so it doesn't seem right for me to cover it several times or every single time I do a beginner video. And in fact all of my videos are no doubt going to be beginner videos. So let's get into it. I've never looked at this circuit before now, so full disclosure, I've never looked at this circuit before I downloaded it to start this project. It's actually got more components than I thought it had, which is fantastic. So here's a list of all of our components and a layout. Don't worry about understanding the layout just yet. As we go through, it will become very, very clear. But what you will need is all of these components here. I'll show you my list in a second. You'll need a gain pot and a volume pot, which I have here. So gain is going to be 500k reverse audio and volume is going to be 100k audio. And you also need a tag board. Now I will list this down below, a link to where I get them from, because it's quite a niche thing. But this isn't the only type of tag board. You could use a eyelet board like Fender did for their original amplifiers. It doesn't have to be one of these, but the principle is the same. Right, now onto the components. As if by magic, here is my list of components with components attached. If I'm building something that I've never built before, or I'm unsure about the project that I'm doing, I like to lay it out like this. I have all of my resistors on one side, my capacitors on the other side, various other components, and a big old strip of tape down the middle with the components stuck to it over the values that they represent. It just really helps me keep my mind focused on what components I'm using. When I first started out, I messed this up so many times. I must have built 100 circuits that didn't work. And most of the time it was down to the fact that I put the wrong component in the wrong place. Now, this will help get round that massively. If you watch my Boss Blues Driver video, as previously mentioned, you will see pretty much how I choose most of these components. So it is worth going and watching at least the beginning of that video to get a feel for how my eclectic mix of components has come together. Now, there are some differences. This is the caveat. There's some differences from what's on this circuit to what I'm going to use today. The main one being that I don't have a reverse audio gain pot, so I'm just going to use a 500k audio pot. We'll see how it goes, see how the sweep is, and if I don't like it, I can always change it at a future date. Secondly, I didn't have any LM741s, fair enough, but I have got a really old LM301, 301 AM. That's it, that'll do the same job. Opening up a can of worms there, because you go on the forums and there'll be descriptions of every different IC and or op amp, and it'll tell you, you know, this one sounds like this one sounds like that. I don't really know because I've never built the circuit before. So if in doubt, go with something that I know isn't Chinese fake and that is a bit older. Bosh or bingo, we're going to go with that. Diodes for forward voltage, although to be perfectly honest with the 4148 is my dyslexia kicking in. Yeah, with the 4148, they all tend to test roughly the same. And here we've got the 1N4002. Now, I've only got the 007s in stock, and that's what I'm going to go with. Most of the 1N family of diodes, for the guitar pedal purposes, there won't be too much difference between them. Obviously, there is a difference, and when you get into the high voltage circuits, I certainly wouldn't be putting a 1N4001 as a rectifier diode in an amplifier, put it that way. But for a pedal, I think we're going to get away with it. Also, I didn't have a 100 ohm resistor again, and I just cannot. I thought I had a bag somewhere, I cannot find them. But what I do have is this really old RS Components resistor, 200 ohms, which it's a 5 watt one, so it's ridiculous size. Fits all the criteria that I like: overvalue, ridiculous size, and unnecessary, and old. So I'm going to use that. It is on the input, so I don't think it's going to make too much difference. Now, I'm sure there's lots of DOD 250 aficionados screaming at the screen now and telling me I'm building the worst pedal ever. This is what I'm going to do, and I'm sticking with it. Right, next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my circuit and I'm just going to start populating it from the left to the right. No other reason than that's the way that I read. So I'm going to go in that direction, and I advise everyone to just, you know, some people do resistors first and then move on to capacitors. Some people will put all the components in and then solder it. I like to just go one at a time and solder once each lug is full of all the components that it's going to have. Let's go. Just before we move on, I thought I may mention actually my enclosure. So I know in my audio probe, and I'm sure you've all watched the Give Your Pedal a Good Probing video. In that video, I explain that I'm going to try and prep better for my videos, and quick as a flash, I didn't prep better. So I didn't have an enclosure ready for this pedal in time, and I thought, you know, this is a beginner video, so I'm going to go full on beginner with the enclosure. I've stuck a bit of enamel artwork to the front of it and my branding on a sticker. I've left the enclosure bare aluminium, and I think I'm going to leave it like that. But either way, I've gone beginner with the enclosure, and this is the one that I'm going to use to house the pedal. And actually, when I sell this pedal, it will be in this enclosure. When we first start, I want you to ignore this board here. We'll get to that later on. And I also want you to ignore all the wires coming off the outside of these circuits, and also any component that's mounted. What am I talking about? Mounted. English, Joe, you speak the language. mounted in between the lugs. I'm going to forget about them until later on. I'm just going to focus on this centre line first. And as you can see, the first capacitor, oddly enough, is C1, which is a 10NF capacitor. For me, I have this Ukrainian-made Soviet era paper and oil capacitor, military spec. This is going to be my first capacitor. Of course, I'm going to use my scalpel because I'm never normal using anything that normal people would use to clean leads. I'm going to use my scalpel, clean the leads, and then I'm going to manipulate the legs until they fit through the lugs. And looking at this drawing, once I've got this capacitor mounted, I'm going to solder this end, but I won't solder this end until I've put R2 in place. Then I'll solder this connection here. I think this will become apparent as we go through the build. And there we have the first component installed. Now my capacitor was too big to fit through the gap between the lugs in our tagboard. To get around that issue, all I've done is created a skyhook shape in the leg to... Apologies team, I'm so used to teaching sailors that I, slip in and out of my naval terminology. A skyhook is actually a metal shaped hook that you use when the ship has took battle damage and was sinking or what have you. Use it to hang off strong points on the superstructure, on the ship's body if you like, to hang your gear off or hang cables in to keep them out of the water and whatnot, and it's kind of that sort of shape. So this isn't battle damage and this isn't a warship, but that is kind of the skyhook shape, if you can see there. And that's what you make both ends, and that means that you can use ridiculously massive components on your circuit board to be cool just like me, or a geek, whichever way you want to look at it. So what we have here is C1 is attached. I slipped that component in place. I wetted my tip. I tell you what, everyone found that hilarious in the last video, and I thought it was kind of an industry standard term, but it turns out it's not. It's just a Joe standard term, and I've been saying it for years, and it's not a thing. But anyway, I wetted my tip and I soldered just this end over here, C1, on the input side. Then I placed R2 in place and soldered C1 and R2 together at that terminal here, and that's where I am now. Next, I'll be placing in R3. I'll solder this end, but I will not solder this end here because I've got to place C7 and R8 in place before I can do that. Once C7's in, I'll be able to solder this earth connection end, but I will not be able to solder this one because again we go into another triple component, and I'll just work my way through the board until I get to the end of it. So now we're up to C7, which is an electrolytic capacitor like this. I've chose to go axial for this type, although for C6 here I've actually got a different style of capacitor, like a can cap, whatever. So what you need to think about is on our drawing, this little line here, this minus sign, is the negative side of the capacitor. Now if I can get that in view there, on the top of here we'll have arrows pointing to the negative side of the capacitor. Also the positive side, which is the opposite side over here, the positive side has a little indent in the positive side of the capacitor so you can identify it. These capacitors are polar, so if you used to put it in the circuit the wrong way round, it will not sound right, and if it's doing some sort of power function, then it will fail eventually. It'll turn your nice pedal into a very expensive smoke machine. So because the arrows are pointing to this terminal here, I'm going to situate this capacitor that way round on my board, ensuring that the indent is on the positive side, which is this side, and the arrows are pointing down to the negative side, which is this side. I'll be willing to bet that one of you 2 years, like myself, messed that up. Now here I'm on to C6, which, as I previously said, I'm not going with an axial cap this time. I couldn't get my words out before, but this is a vertical capacitor. Can see that right? So it's basically instead of lying on its side, it's standing up. Now with these, we still have the arrows pointing to our negative side, but also the positive leg is slightly longer than the negative. That'll help you situate it the correct way round. So I have run into a little bit of a problem with R7, which as we can see is our 100 ohm capacitor that I'm using a 200 ohm capacitor for. Now because I went with a massive capacitor, it literally would not fit, so I had to tack it on in between the solder lugs here, which won't matter because there's no other components going in here. And let's face it, the large vintage resistor adds to the mojo, right? While we're here also, we're now on to R4, which is a 4.7k, and I'm going to use this resistor, diodes. So we're going to be wiring in D1 and D2 at the minute, which are both the 1N4148, if I'm not mistaken. These are probably the cheapest diodes that you can get. All of the forum posts that I read today say that these are the best sounding ones. So I'm going to go with it. I almost forgot to say, don't forget that diodes have to be placed in the way that they are shown on the circuit drawing, i.e. they are polar. So we need the line on this diode pointing up this direction and a line on this diode pointing down this direction. Again, I've said before, if you want to see a comprehensive description of how diodes work, how to test them and why to choose which diodes, please go to my beginner's Tubescreamer modification video, which is linked below. And I go through sine waves and all sorts of geeky stuff to do with diodes in that video. Now that we have our center line of our circuit board or tag board wired up, next we're going to move on to these pesky components on the outside. Now to connect these, all I'm going to do is, instead of threading them through the lugs that the aisles that we have been using thus far, like it shows on these drawings, I'm just going to put them all going through the holes in the center of the tag board. I'm going to start at this end with R1 and I'm going to work my way to the right. Now one thing I should have mentioned that I didn't is that when mounting these components going to the side of the tag board, I keep wanting to call it a circuit board. It's not a circuit board, it's a tag board. These components on the outside edge of the tag board, normally people will lay them flat against the tag board and then solder them in. I like to leave them raised a little bit, just like that. Mainly because if you have any sensitive components, bearing in mind resistors aren't particularly sensitive to heat, but if you have sensitive components, a lot of heat goes into these lugs to heat them up to allow the solder to flow after you've wet your tip. Yeah, I'm never going to let that joke go now. Yeah, so I like to raise them up off the board just so then they're away from the heat. No other reason. And there's probably professional electronic engineers screaming at the screen now, or unfollowed or what have you, saying this is pointless, but this is just how I like to do it. I'm now up to capacitor C3, which is our 25 PF capacitor. Now I don't have a 25 PF capacitor. Seems to be a running theme here with these videos of me not having the right value, but I have got 47 PF, and there's a way of halving the capacitance of each of these by wiring them in series together. If you wire two capacitors in series, you get half the capacitance but double the voltage handling. So here's my props to Black Beauty capacitors. If I wire them in series like this, I will drop half, providing they're the same value, that is. These are both 47 PF, for example, and I wire them like so, I'm going to get 23.5 PF. So if I was to wire them in parallel, so next to each other, both going to the same lug either side, that would double the capacitance, just like adding them together. And this way is subtracting them. I tell you what, when I did my degree, my engineering degree, electronic maths was the most boring thing I've ever done in my life. And I'm interested in electronics. I'm interested in capacitors, you know, electron flow and all of this jazz. But you start adding letters and equations in, and I was just, my word, I was probably one of the low points of my life. I don't know if any of you people watching this have done
an engineering degree or a maths degree or whatever. But I sat down in the very first class, the very first lecture, and within about 10 minutes, I'd exceeded everything that I knew about maths or engineering, literally in my life. And I was like, oh my word, I'm in trouble. Anyway, I did manage to get through it, and I think my degree is currently stuck to my mum's fridge. Right, so what I'm going to do, stop going on a tangent and talking about maths, whatever you guys call it across the pond. I'm going to take my two 47pf capacitors. I'm going to make sure that they're orientated in the same direction, i.e. the little red tabs on them are both pointing in the same way. I'm going to put them together, and I'm just going to twist two of the legs together like so. Then I shall wet my tip. Oh, I just can't. Then I'll solder this end here, clip it short so they're near connected, and this will become one capacitor at, it would be 23.5 pf if these were exactly 47 pf, but I've been through and tested all my capacitors and made sure that the pair that I choose are going to give me 50 pf. Right, let's get them installed. Here's another one of Joe's top tips. So as you can see on our tagboard drawing, down here we have a little link between these two terminals here. What I like to do is I save all of the snippings from my resistors, capacitors, anything with a good healthy thick leg on it.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
I'll save the ends of them, and they're perfect for just this sort of thing. And I'll just make that sort of shape with them, straight through the lugs and solder, and away you go. So now our tagboard is fully wired. Maybe a little bit messy because I haven't done this circuit before. I usually start off by messy-ish layouts, and then I refine them over the years, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Next we're going to move on to this board here. I leave all of these wires until later on. So straight to this board here, and as we can see, it's 4 rows high and 1, 2, 3, 6 holes long of strip board or vero board, whichever way you want to look at it. And that is this stuff. There's one that I cut to size earlier, and all that is copper strips on the back that run right the way across the board. Have I got a larger piece? Yep. So there's the board, copper strips that run along it and make the circuit. Now we've only got a little bit of it for this because we're making just literally the IC. It's just the connections for that. If you look underneath the IC on the drawing, these white and red squares, what they mean is cuts in the copper. I've seen people do various things to cut the copper. You know, there's this correct tool that looks a bit like a handheld drill piece, all sorts of stuff, a hacksaw, whatever. What I like to do is just take a Stanley blade, take the boy out of Liverpool. Can't take the Liverpool out of the boy, eh? If no one gets that joke, please go and watch Football Factory, where the main character gets stranded in Liverpool. And at that time when that film was set, I'm going on a tangent here, bear with me. In Liverpool, it was a big thing to carry a like a carpet knife with you, I think. I don't know if that's what you call them in America. Anyway, we call them Stanley knives.
Yeah, you flash cockney bastards, you know Stanley!
And now, people from Liverpool, known as Scousers, kind of get lumped in with that sort of stereotype. I do really like using these to build with though, so think of that what you will. So we can see that we're 2 lugs across from the right, and the third lug across, 1, 2, 3, is going to be a row of split terminals. And all I do is I just place the Stanley knife inside the hole, go in a big circle, cutting out the copper, like so. And I do that for each one of them red squares until we have a cut right the way across. I hope that makes sense. Now that that's complete and we've got our row of splits down the center of our strip board, I'm going to go ahead and fit this socket for the IC. You can solder the ICs directly to it, but if you want to change components and see what other ICs sound like, I mean, if it's not hard clipping, I very much doubt that you would hear a difference. So something like a Tubescreamer, you probably wouldn't hear the difference in the IC unless you've got it cranked with lots of volume and all sorts of other stuff. Anyway, I advise using one of them. If nothing else, you're not heating the IC up, because these are particularly sensitive to heat. So we can place that in. Now, one thing to note when you're orientating this IC is that there's a faint semicircle cut out on the drawing at the top of this one. Now, what that means is on our IC there'll be a circle on the top of the IC, and that's saying that that is the way that it's orientated, with the circle at the top. Now, your socket should also have a little cutout on it, and I just find it's easier if you place that cutout at the top, for no other reason than it will help you remember that it's at the top. And now I've put it in, I can see that I've cut a square with 5 rows in instead of 4. There's my dyslexia kicking in again. I tend to do this sort of thing all the time. Like if I'm counting numbers, oh my god, I will literally swap the last 2 digits round on any phone number or any number every single time without thinking. It's absolutely insane. Anyway, moving on. Now we have our IC socket installed onto the veroboard, strip board, whatever you want to call it. Next, I'm going to add in the cables off of this, mainly because once you install this into your enclosure, it's going to be really awkward to try and get the cables in there. So I like to do these ones first, and then I install all the others once we are inside the enclosure. One tip for this is, it's handy to know where you're going to have your components situated within your enclosure, so then you know how much wire or cable you need to cut off to make its destination. There's nothing worse than getting to the point where you're about to wet the tip to solder the connections in and you realize that your cable isn't long enough. Story of my life. Moving on. Another top tip from Joe. Not sure if I've talked about this one in the past, but when I'm installing a cable to a terminal of some kind, I like to tin it first, especially if you're using stranded stuff. So for me, I'll take the insulation off and give it a twist, and you end up with something looking like this. Then I like to give it a bit of solder, wet your tip, and give it a bit of solder down the connection. Does 2 things really. Helps keep all the strands together when you're threading it. Ooh, I'm knocking my camera with my cap. Well done, Joe. Great cinematography. Anyway, great bit of recording. It helps stop the strands from splaying out while you're trying to thread it through one of the holes on your board. And it also helps when you come to solder it. This solder will flow with the new solder, and it just makes it all real easy to do. And it's nice and stiff, so you can bend it into shape to fit it through whatever you need it to go through. Right, moving on. Now we've got our cables attached to our IC board. I highly advise you taking your Stanley blade, knife, whatever you want to use, and just running it in between the tracks. I mean, this is only a real small board, and I can see that there's nothing touching anything that it should. The great bit of English, that nothing touching anything it shouldn't be. There isn't anything in contact with stuff, with anything else that shouldn't be in contact with. However, I'm still going to run a blade between the tracks just to double down, make sure, whatever, because there's nothing worse than fitting this. It's almost as bad as having a cable that's a little bit too short. You fit it all in, solder it up, there's a short somewhere, and you're chasing your tail trying to find where your issue is. So for the sake of just doing that, you might as well get it done. Next on the cards, we're going to mount all of our mechanical components, or pots, or switch, or jacks, into our enclosure. Now we've got all of our hardware installed into our enclosure, I'm going to go ahead and install our circuit boards. Now how I like to do this is a bit different from everyone else. I like to use these double-sided foam sellotape sticky pads, and I use them to elevate the tag board away from the metal on the enclosure, so then it doesn't short out. but I like to stick it in place with this stuff, JB Weld. This is an epoxy, a steel reinforced epoxy. Now, I laugh about this stuff because you American people over the pond, I believe this is quite common over your side of the pond, JB Weld. But for us English, I hadn't seen too much of this stuff before I was deployed to the South China Sea. Now, we had our stand down mid-deployment 4 months in a place called Guam. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. I certainly had never heard of it. But we were in Guam, and while we were doing maintenance on the ship, we tried to fix just about everything with this stuff. And if my old boss is watching, Aid, hello.
This is Aid. Can you spot hello sailor? Add all guesses to the comments.
I don't think he will be watching these videos. Anyway, he'll be laughing his head off right now because we tried to fix everything with this and nothing ever worked. It literally broke down every single time we used it. Now, that's because it wasn't made for military applications. Now, it wasn't made to be twisted, turned, pulled, bent on board a warship. The ship flexes as you go through the sea, as it hard turns. It's not like a cruise liner that goes in a straight line. This thing gets ragged around, and this stuff just wasn't up to the task. And so it became a running joke of that deployment, and it was quite a fun time of my life. So I use this all the time on pedals now, just to reminisce back of them days when we were laughing, saying, we'll fix it with JB Weld. Our tagboard is in place, and our secondary board, veroboard, strip board, whatever is in place. Next it's going to be wiring up all of the terminals that are here. I like to start with the ones that you've already got wire on, because that tidies it up and kind of gets them out the way before you start on anything else. What I will say is, when I first started out, my wiring was absolutely shocking. The directions in which I run cabling were basically random. Now I like to keep things in reasonably straight lines, not so much, I mean certainly not like a high watt build or some sort of leak stereo, but definitely much neater. And then when we come to tidy the cabling up at the end, it will be much easier to do. So I'm going to start off now. Because I've made things awkward for myself, I've mounted this board sideways. So as I'm looking at it, the number 7 is going to be the first one to be wired, which is here. And I can see that that is 4 lugs along. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to attach into the bottom of C6, which is down here. And I'm just going to run that along. I'm going to tin it and then insert it and solder it on. I'll do all of these first, and then I'll leave the earth till last, and we'll have a little discussion about that once we get there. Now we have all of these wires soldered in and good to go. We're going to move on to the earth. So this little symbol here with the three lines, that's an earth symbol. So all of these need to be joined together and then joined to our earth lug on our power jack. It's advisable to join all of these earth lugs together underneath the board before you start. And usually I would do it that way. However, I've made so many mistakes where I've just missed the lug by 1, and the pedal doesn't work, and it takes me a while to figure out where I've gone wrong. I thought maybe for a beginner circuit or a beginner attempt with tagboard, it would be best if we just wired the earths as we see them on the top. Not forgetting that there's also going to be an earth for our LED on our 3-pole double throw switch, foot switch. If you're interested in how to wire the foot switch and the ins and outs of a basic pedal, I'll link my video down below that I take. Basically the video is just about how you wire up the input and output of a 3-pole double throw, spit it out Joe, 3-pole double throw switch, and also the LED connections thereof. So if that's something you'd be interested in, please go down below and have a watch of that first, because I'm just going to smash through this now. Okay, so when we're wiring up all of these earth connections, I've pretty much wired them all up now apart from the volume pot. When you get to the jacks, even though they're earth to the enclosure, I still like to earth them to each other and then attach that to actual ground on the socket itself anyway, just for an added thing, because if one of these jacks comes loose and you're relying on that as an earth, it will just fail or create noise or whatnot, and I join them together with, and you've guessed it already, one of the component legs that have come off our components so far. So waste not, want not, channel your inner Leo Fender and use every last little bit that you can. Now all of our earths are all wired in, and the earths on the jack are all wired in. I'm going to go ahead now and just terminate all of the extended wires coming out of the board. So we've got our input wire going to a gain, and then our output and a 9-volt DC. So that's the board fully wired up. All I've got to do now is wire up the output from our volume pot and the input and output jacks, 9-volt, and of course our LED over here. I'm going to crack on with that now. That's us fully wired up and ready to go. Apart from I'm going to add in a filter section for the 9-volt power supply. Now I've kind of developed different filters for different power supplies on my pedals, but specifically for this one I'm going to use a filter power supply that came out of an old Fox wah. It was a crybaby wah from many years ago. It's very simple. It's just a simple RC filter, resistor, capacitor. And how it's going to work is, I don't know if I've took people through this in previous videos, but we'll go through it now. So we've got our power supply in. This is where the old Joe Age 5 comes out, and this is our positive going to our circuit. It's going to go through a resistor. There's the R part of the network, and then it's going to join our circuit. Now usually the resistor's 1k, but I'm going to use 300 ohms on this one just because I'm unsure about how much voltage this circuit requires to operate properly. I haven't looked at it properly, so we're going to go to 300 ohms. And what this is going to do is this is going to take away any of the big noise, sort of like, so how do I explain this? The 9-volt supply, although it is DC, which is a straight line, if you were to look at that really closely, it's actually more like this, whereas this would be your AC, but there's still movement in the signal, and that translates to noise. So what we want to do is flatten it out. This will take away some of the noise, but to get rid of the rest of it, the large peaks is taken away by a large value capacitor, and by large value we're talking 47 UF to maybe 100 UF. So we've got one capacitor coming out and going to earth, and that's going to say be 47 UF. And then to get rid of any higher pitched frequency noise coming through the power supply, we're also going to add in a smaller value, usually about 100 NF, or sometimes I put 22 NF, depending on the circuit, depends on how much you need. Less is always more, if that makes sense, whatever you can get away with. So on this one here, I'm going to use 22 NF. Right, and what I'm going to do, enough of the Joe Age 5. So to actually implement this, let's zoom in here. Coming from the 9-volt terminal, I've got this 400 ohm, 300 ohm resistor. I can't remember exactly which one it is. That looks like a 400. Going into our 9-volt input here. I'm also going to run 2 capacitors from here over either to an earth terminal here, or I'm going to run them up to this earth here. And it's going to be 147 UF to take out big noise, and 122 NF to take out little noise. I do this for most of my pedals, depending on the circuit, depends on the type of RC network I use, and sometimes I'll use an inductor as well, but we don't need that for this one. So let's get implemented. And now our 9-volt filter RC network is connected up and placed in.
This RC circuit was removed during fault finding. As you will hear in the demo, the pedal sounded absolutely horrific. Turns out the TL072 op-amp performs much better than the original first used.
At this point it's almost time to test.
2 things left to go. First thing I forget every single time, and I'm sure many of you will too, is to actually put the IC into the socket. The amount of times that I've come to test pedals, I've pressed play on my signal generator or started playing guitar and nothing happens, it's because I forgot to put the IC into the holder, or I've put it the wrong way around, which inevitably happens when I'm rushing to finish a project. And then also I'm going to just tie some cable ties in strategic points around the cables, even though in this build here they're quite tightly packed, so they're not really going anywhere, so it's not necessary, but I am going to do it anyway. And then we'll get it plugged in and get it tested. And now for everyone's favourite part, which knobs will I choose? So we have a choice of bakelite, standard no silver, bakelite with silver, a smaller bakelite with silver, and then some small chicken head. So let's start with the larger ones, see what they look like on there. I do feel like these may be a little bit too big for it. What do we think there? If anyone has a preference, a strong preference to which ones look the best on here, please put it in the comments so I know which ones to fit for when I put it up for sale. I mean, I really like these knobs, but I'm not sure that they fit in with this aesthetic. I feel like both of them were too big for my liking on this size enclosure, but what do you think? And then I really like this type. They are bakelite as well. You've got a little pointed on so you can see where you set. And then the all-time classic chicken head. These are the miniature versions. Is this one gonna go on? No. Yep, so these are the classic chicken head style. I kind of like them, but I'm not sure it fits in with the DOD 250 theme. I don't know. Please write in the comments which ones you prefer out of them.
And now for the sound sample. But before we get to that, if you could just share this video by pressing the share button below and then copy. That'll make YouTube think that you're sharing it to your friends and that it's a valuable video, and they'll share it to more people. And that'll bring more people to my channel so we can share this love of building guitar pedals on tagboard with the world. Thank you.
And stand by for the audio test and you'll see which ones I went with in the end. Well, hopefully we all heard some nice sounds coming from this pedal in that audio sample. I haven't listened to it back yet, but it did sound good while I was recording it. This is the first time I've ever made a DOD 250, and indeed the first time I've ever played one, I'm ashamed to say. I'd love to know what you guys think of the sound sample on that using the TLO 7.1, and as you could probably hear, it was definitely the IC, or the op amp I should say, that was causing me the issues from before. So I'm going to leave this one in here, and yeah, this is going to go up for sale. It may already be up for sale by the time that this video gets posted. Let me know if you want me to build more of these, if people are interested in them. I mean, they're not as simple to build as some of my other designs, and I'm not as familiar with it, but it's certainly a nice circuit, and I think maybe I could improve on the layout and stuff in the future. Well, let me know. Cheers.
And finally we go back to the beginning of rock tone. It is of course the Rangemaster. This treble booster is my version that has a switchable EQ, switchable transistors to go from germanium silicon, and also takes a 9-volt center negative power supply, same as any other pedal, Boss pedals, whatever, so you don't have to fiddle about getting a voltage inverter or any fancy power supplies. If there's one pedal in this video that I'd advise you to build, or I'd advise you to have on your board, it is without a doubt the Rangemaster.
This is all the parts that you will get in the Rangemaster kit, and all the parts that I'm going to use today to build this Rangemaster. Now this is a NPN negative ground Rangemaster, so we'll take a regular power supply, and for our transistors we're going to use one Soviet made germanium. This is an MP38A. It's a lower gain one, only 55 HFE, as you can see I've marked them up. And we're going to also use the BC183LB silicon transistor and put these two on a switch. Everyone likes this transistor in silicon fuzz faces, so I thought why not use it for this today. What we're going to use today is a 33 UF capacitor. On the drawing it's marked up as a 47 UF, but I find dropping the values of these just seems to work for me. It is of course what the Cesar Diaz did on the Texas Ranger, I believe, so can't be going wrong there, can we? Now to fit this in, because it's obviously a large component and everyone knows that I love using large components, what we have to do is we have to take out these pins here on the lugs. Now there's probably a way more elegant way of filing them off or sawing them off than I'm going to do, but I'm just going to take my pliers or my what I use to manipulate components with, and I'm just going to put that under some stress and take the pin out. The reason for this is it gives us a bit more space to fit this larger component in, and we'll just go straight in through that center hole. Now when you do this, we're only going to solder in this end. This end here we're not going to solder straight away because our next component goes in there. Of course, yet again, when you're using these vintage components, you need to, well, this is not that vintage, but it's new old stock. You need to clean the legs. I do it with a Stanley blade. My mate Stanley stole Liverpool Scouser thing again. Cheers for that. But yeah, I like to use this. You can do it however you like. Now that that's in place, it's time to take our 470K resistor. We're going to do the same again, clean the legs and whatnot. And this resistor is going to go from this pin here, which is the negative. Oh my God. I can't believe this. I've put this in the wrong way around. So actually when you're fitting this, the negative terminal, which I'll explain in a sec, but the negative terminal needs to be at this end and the positive terminal needs to be at that end. Brilliant. So before I rectify that, this is our Phillips capacitor. Now we can see a ring of positives telling me that I've made a mistake before I'd soldered that in. Brilliant. Ignored. Well done, Joe. But also we have this little dimple, and that is at the positive end. And handily enough, there's also, if one or two ways wasn't enough to tell me that I was absolutely messing up, there's also a black band around the negative side donating off the fact that it's the negative. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unsolder that and get myself a new cap. Cheers. And I'm resoldered in. Okay, take two. So now we've got our cap situated the right way round. We have our positive towards me and our negative away from me. This end has not been soldered in. And next I'm going to put my 470k capacitor, 470k resistor, going from the second lug in the top row and down to this first lug on the bottom row. I'm just going to manipulate the leads to try and move
in this sort of direction. So then I'm kind of slipping underneath this cap and squeezing it in so there's room for the next component. That's our 470k resistor now in place. I've soldered the end in that goes into the 33 UF capacitor positive. I've left this end not soldered because next we're going to put a 4.7 NF Erie capacitor in there. That's our input cap, and that's just going to go straight ahead across them lugs. I am going to solder in this end of this cap, but I'm not going to solder in this end again because there is a third component to go in there. Our new old stock Erie 4.7 NF input cap is now installed. The keen-eyed among you will notice that I've soldered this end, and if you're one of those people who like wetting the tip with a good old soldering iron and you've bought the parts kit for this, available in through the link down below in the description, then you'll notice that there's meant to be a 1 meg resistor coming from this space here to this space here. Now, I like to solder it through the center here just to keep this from getting congested. So that's why, just in case anyone's wondering. Moving on. Next, we're going to take our 68k resistor, and that's going to go from this lug that's got 2 items in already. We're going to put a third in there. It's a bit of a squeeze, but we can make it. And then we're going to go out to this next one here, but we're not going to solder in this end. We are in fact going to solder the end with 3 in. This is where it starts getting fun, and there is a lack of space on the board, mainly because I'm picking stupid size components for the small tag board, but why would you ever do anything easy? Next, we're going to put in our 33 UF capacitor. It's 47 UF on the schematic, but again, we're copying Cesar Diaz, which can never be a bad thing, can it? Right, so this goes this way round, the opposite way round to our last electrolytic. So the negative is going to be pointing towards you, and this goes in direct, basically from this space here to this space here. So we're going to sit it over the top of our 68k resistor. Now, I advise that you clean the legs first before you start fitting this or bending them into shape, because it becomes real awkward to try and clean around corners. And I'm just going to bend the legs down, so then this raises the capacitor off the board. Now, one thing I will say is, it's good practice, or best practice as they say, to have the value of the capacitor and a voltage rating pointing up so people can see it when they're working on it in the future. You know, we want these pedals to be around for years to come, and if anyone has to get in and replace this cap, what we don't want them to have to do is remove it unnecessarily to see the value. So anyway, bend then the legs down, and then I'm just going to pinch them in so then they're pointing towards each other slightly. Doesn't matter if they foul the body, because the body is in fact insulated, and you can check to make sure that's insulated with your multimeter, but it is. And then I'm going to take my my snips. I'm just going to grab part of the cap, you know, wherever you want to grab. It depends on how big your enclosure is and how tall this cap can be. We've got a reasonably sized enclosure for this one, so I'm going to go about that far. I'm going to match both legs up, and that way we can situate it in without it fouling our resistor that's already in place, and it's up and out the way. So now with the negative pointing towards me and the negative pointing towards me and the live pointing away from me, the positive, I'm going to slide the positive rail in, and then all I do is just take my snips and snip off just before the lug, and then slide the component leg in there, and there you go. It's in, it's raised above everything else, and I can now simply solder this end in. I'm going to leave this end unsoldered, but solder this end in, and then lift the cap up once it's soldered, and it'll stay in place, raised above the board. For the next step, we're going to lean heavily on a technique that I defined or explained in my fuzz face build video. Play my Abbey Road fuzz build video. Basically the same thing with a few tweaks. And we're going to use another trim pot. Again, this time we're going to use an Iskra trim pot, and this will be the one that comes available with the kits. I've got enough of these to send out with the kits. They are particularly good. But what you want to have done is you want to have saved some of your component legs, so then you can attach them to this to make the legs longer and then attach them to the board. I won't show it here. Please go through and watch the Abbey Road fuzz video to see how that's done. What we are going to do is we're going to fit our trim pot between the lug that we've left blank and not soldered with the positive of our electrolytic going in there, and then the next lug along on the side closest to us, so it's going to be going at an angle. What I like to do is get same as I've done with this electrolytic cap, make the legs long, raise it off the board, bend them the same way, and then before you solder it in, manipulate your pot. And I show this on the Abbey Road Fuzz video, so then it's situated in a position that looks good on the board. Now if you don't care how it looks, that's fine, you're probably watching the wrong video, because you know, looks are as much as important as sound in my book and in my opinion. So manipulate it so it's in place and it is in a good place, then solder one end, manipulate it again, solder the other end, all done. I'm going to go ahead and fit that now. There's our trim pot now fitted. I haven't soldered in this end, mainly because we have to fit the first of our 1 meg resistors from this side here, going into our final lug on the top row. And as you can see, as per the Abbey Road Fuzz video, I've covered the legs in heat shrink, just because, well, like I said before, that's kind of my style. I like doing that. I think it looks good, and it also means that if I cut the heat shrink the same length, when I bend the bottom of the pins, they're also going to be the same length, so this sits level or straight. Right, I'm going to go ahead and put the first of our 1 meg resistors in. Our first 1 meg resistor is in place. This is basically here as an anti-pop resistor for our output cap. You could probably omit this resistor and get away with it, but you know, why not fit it? We're not being that vintage correct that we're not going to fit some things that'll make the pedal better. For our output capacitor, on the drawing it says 10 NF, and that's what the classic Rangemaster had. However, I use these 18 NF Phillips tropical fish caps, Mullard, made by Mullard. They were the industry standard back in the day, now quite desirable. They look good, and the 18 NF gives it just a little bit more lower mid-range on the output. You know, you could probably put this on a switch and have maybe a 10 NF, an 18 NF, and then something much bigger, or try out some different ones if you like, but this is what I use in my pedals, so this is what we're going to go with, and it's also what will come with the kits should anyone buy one of the limited edition kits that I'm going to sell with this product. Now, to fit these, I have said this before, mainly in my amplifier maintenance videos, I would imagine, is I have a set of long nose pliers with like a flat grip on them, so there's no grip, and I'm simply going to grab the leg and then bend it, and then grab this leg and bend it, and that means that I've got both my caps sitting at the same height from both legs. It's just a nice little way of fitting it, and it holds it up off the board, not that that really matters. And I go ahead and install that now, and I will be soldering both ends this time. As previously alluded to, I'm going to fit this 1 meg resistor off the board. It's going to go from the second lug along, so 1, 2, second lug, which is our input cap, to the next lug after that, which is an earth connection. That's going to be our anti-pop resistor for the input cap. That is where the similarities with the normal Rangemaster circuit end. So our transistors are going to be fitted off board on a switch, which I'll show in a second, and also these two caps here, which is an 80 UF Black Beauty cap, vintage of course, this one, and a modern 10 NF cap. I chose this because it's also black and it'll look nice next to that on a switch, because I'm vain and everything's about looks. It's not really, it's not just about looks, but it helps if it looks good. So them two are going to be fitted on a cap for the input capacitor. So then we can have the 4.7 NF in the center position, we can have a 10 NF in the up position, and the 80 NF in the down position. That will give us our treble boost, which, let's face it, right, treble boosters don't boost treble. One of my buddies filmed a video analysing the frequency spectrum of one of my Rangemasters, and it proved that it boosts the upper mids and actually reduces treble. So there you go. So this will be the upper mids in a normal position. Then the 10 NF added onto the 4.7 will give us our lower mid boost, and then with this cap on we'll get the full frequency range or thereabouts. Also, with regards to our transistors, I use these Soviet made MP38As. Now these exact ones come from Stu Tate Effects. Thank you again. Again, when I was starting out, he was such a legend. He sent me a load of these transistors that didn't fit his specs, but they absolutely fit mine. And then on the other side, we're going to have a much higher gain BC183LB, which is quite desirable too. So I'm going to go ahead and start soldering our switches. Another top tip from Joe: to be able to solder to the bottom of these switches without them fitted inside the enclosure. I mean, it's simple enough to fit them inside the enclosure and then solder to them, but you're kind of working in a constricted space, of course, depending on what enclosure you're using. So what I like to do is take a butane can, lighter fluid can lid, cut two of the connections out of it, and it's cut sort of tailor-made to squeeze in your switches. Now, if you're one of the amazing people, and thank you very much, who have bought the kit from me with all of these exact vintage components in, NOS components, Mojo and modern, whatever, you don't get these switches with it, just like you don't get the jack or the jacks or the foot switch or the pots. I just sell the parts kits for the board itself. So what you want to do is, one of them needs to be a 3-pole double throw on, off, on switch. And hopefully, if my editing skills are any good, I'll have put that down in writing on the screen now. Probably not. And then the other one for your transistor switch needs to be a 3-pole double throw on switch. And what that stops is, so with the on, off, on switch, you've got the center position, which you wouldn't have on an on switch. So it's, you know, on, off, on. Whereas on the on switch, it is just one on. I hope that makes sense, because it's a little bit of waffling. Now, for me, I don't actually have an on switch in stock, so I'm just going to use another on-off on switch. All it means is that when I'm switching between my transistors, the center position will just cut all sound off the pedal, and then when you flick through that, it'll go to germanium, and then flick through it again, it'll go to silicon. I hope that makes sense. If not, please write in a comment, and I will either do a short video explaining it better, or I will write some sort of description that brings a bit of clarity. So let's get started. First of all, another thing which really doesn't matter, but it matters to me. There's this line which is a keyway for your washer that goes down the threaded part of the switch. I like to put that facing up on the pedal towards the jacks. No reason, just the way that I always do it, or I try to always do it. That means that the switch will switch up and down instead of left to right. Again, depends on how you've drilled your pedal. So for me, I'm going to put that facing upwards, so then when I fit it in the pedal, it's situated the right way round. I'm going to start with the capacitors. Now what you've got to remember is you want your higher value at the top and your lower value at the bottom. And what that means is that when you flick the switch down, it will select this capacitor, which is the lower value. Lower, down, upper, up. And so this will be the mid position, and the mid position here, and that will be the low position there. And the switch operates in the wrong way. So for example, these lugs here are engaged when the switch is in the down position. So this one here will be engaged, and then when it's in this position, these lugs here will be engaged. I hope that makes sense. Again, I feel like I'm waffling. Maybe I'm waffling too much. Anyway, let's get wetting a tip. While we're here, another top tip from Joe: to situate these capacitors. And if I am teaching you to suck eggs, please use the time codes at the bottom. Just skip past this bit. I like to bend these caps, bend the legs of these caps like this, and then again use our little method of spacing with our pliers, and again, and do that for each leg. And I really hope this comes through on the video and makes sense. So much easier teaching people or instructing people in person. My whole naval career has been like group of people in front of me, teach them how to do something, and watch their reactions and then feed off that. It's so weird talking into a camera and I'm like, well, anyway, I'm getting a bit more used to it now. With another thing that I never mentioned, well done, Joe. I was completely wrong about saying that for your capacitors you need a 3-pole double throw on, off, on switch. What you need is a double pole double throw on, off, on switch. So your switch will essentially be only two lugs wide. But I don't want to have any in stock. And the ones I have in stock are only short lever. And it'll look weird next to a long lever. So because I want both of them to look the same, I'm using this one here, which is overkill. And it costs more for no reason. But I'm just going to use 2 of the pins. So there's my cap situated there. A quick wet of the tip. Get on. And then I'm going to solder that in. Now the pins of these switches are sensitive to heat. If you hold the heat on there for too long, it will melt them. They distort, and then the connections don't make as well as they could do. So I advise you to wet your tip. Make sure your legs are clean before you put them in there, and don't hold the soldering iron on there for too long. And if you shape the legs properly, it'll look reasonably nice, I think. Now I'm going to do that for the next cap. However, with this one, because it's such a large cap, I'm not going to bend them in the same direction, because if I do, the cap will be, well, the legs won't fit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and obviously manipulate them so then the cap is situated central. Again, another thing to mention, if you did buy the kit from me, which to be fair, no one needs to buy that kit. It cost rather a lot of money for what it is, and that's because I'm using vintage components or hard to find components. You can literally go to Mauser and buy the cheapest resistors and the cheapest capacitors that you can find, and it will still work. But when you come to use these caps here specifically, the legs can be quite, these are pretty old, so the legs can be temperamental. So when you're bending them, just be careful not to pull them out the body or distort them too much, because they're not fragile, but if you go yanking on them, the leg's going to come out completely. It just does. There we are. That is our capacitors now wired onto the switch. Now it's time for everyone's favourite bit. Nope, I'm not talking about the knobs. I'm talking about orientating and testing our transistors. Come on. My wife thinks I'm really boring, It's like, oh my God, I think I put her to sleep talking about this stuff. Well, for me, this is like gold. So we're going to attach our legs on here. This is our BC183 LB. BC183 LB. You'll notice, those who watch my my Abbey Road Fuzz build video, that my DCA Atlas 55 now has a different clip on it, and that's because the clip actually fell off while I was saying how bad the clips are on this unit while I was filming the video. Brilliant, you couldn't write it. So we're going to test this now, and hopefully this time I've done it so then you can actually see the screen and it's not got like a glare on it. This is telling me that it's an NPN silicon, yes, which we want, and it's given us the orientation of our legs. We'll come back to that. HFE was 357. Scroll past that a little bit too much. Leakage, now the leakage is completely zero, and that is because it's silicon. Silicon transistors do not leak. That's why they were invented. That's why germanium was phased out in the real world. Forgetting guitar pedals, because we are like the one industry, well, maybe radios, that is still obsessed with germanium for no reason. Now the legs wise, for those of you who bought the kit, you'll have the drawing that I'm working off. It's on Tagboard Effects, but I've modified it slightly. If there's anyone watching this who wants that drawing, please comment in the description and I will send you I'll email you the drawing, or I'll get you on social media. Right, so the orientation is going to be base emitter collector. Now we can see that our red is the emitter, so that needs to be in the center. The green is the base, so that needs to be on this side, and the blue is the collector, which needs to be on opposite to the opposite side of the emitter. So we're going to swap them two legs round. So we have green as the base, then we have our emitter, and then on the outside edge our collector. And all I'm going to do is manipulate the legs so then they are in that way round, and then I'm going to take one of our from a previous build. I'm going to take some sheave off the cable. I'm just going to slide that on there and stop the two legs from touching. You could, by rights, bend the legs out the way of each other so they're not touching, or you could, whatever. But for me, In fact, that piece isn't long enough. Well done, Joe. I'll put 2 on. I like to save all of this stuff basically because I'm cheap, but in these sorts of situations I tend to think, what would Leo Fender do, and then try and copy the hell out of him because he got so much right. Onto our germanium transistor. Now you could find a spec sheet and work out which pin is what from looking at the bottom of it, but I feel like why take the risk? And of course, if you've bought your own transistors, you really want to test them and know what the leakage is, know what the gain is. Anything above 50 is usable in a Rangemaster. Now that is quite controversial. Everyone says 70 to 120 or 70 to 100 HFE. I don't care. I like 50. If you go lower, you get sort of more of that, it's like a bit of a squawk to it. And I quite like that because it contrasts with the germanium, with the silicon transistor, which it gives a bit more growl, and this one will give it a bit more, you know, poke, if you like. So, onto the test. Now, kindly, Stu had marked them all up because they were lower than what value we wanted. This is a 55. So it's telling us it's an NPM germanium. It's given us the pin out, which we will use in a second. 57 gain, HFE, fine. And then the next one we want is the leakage current, which is 0.193 milliamps. Now, everyone tries to keep it under 100, and under 100 is good. It's exactly what I'd aim for a high-end high-end Rangemaster, maybe, if I was really being strict. But anything under 300 will work. And anything below 200 gives you enough swing with temperature that it's just going to work in most situations. So I'm actually going to use this one. So now looking at it, we want our base that side, our emitter in the middle, and our collector on this end. So it's telling me that my emitter that goes in the middle is green, which is this one, and blue is the base. So the emitter and the base this time are going to swap around, and then our collector is on this side, and that is there. And now this one, especially if you're using these, there's a bit of a gap between the legs on this one, so you really don't need to add in the extra coating to stop the legs from touching each other. But of course, I'm going to add it in there anyway. It's a bit long, I'll cut that one down. Yeah, I'm going to add that in there anyway because, well, I am. A lot of the high-end builders like Pig Dog and people like that add them to all of the legs, and that's probably advisable, but yeah, I haven't. Right, I'm going to go ahead and get that in there, solder it up, and we'll move on. This bit is completely optional and it will not come with the kit, but this is, I'm going to build now a power filter board, so then there's no noise coming from our power supply before it gets into the pedal. Well, there may be noise, but it's just a little bit of extra filtering. Now, I don't know how much people know about AC and DC signal. So we assume that a DC voltage is a straight line like this component leg. It isn't. It is actually a wavy line, like a sine wave, just the same as any AC signal is. It's just really squashed down, so it's only a small ripple. Now, to take out that ripple, what I do is I use a filter circuit that come from an old Crybaby unit. It's how they used to filter their pedals. I'm basically using a 390 ohm resistor. So the power will come in through this resistor. That will take some of the noise out. Then it goes through a 100 UF capacitor from positive to ground, and that basically takes out any big waves, if you like, any big large frequencies or low end frequencies. And then a 100 NF capacitor from positive to ground, that'll take out any of the higher frequencies, if you like. Now in that Crybaby filter they used a 1k resistor, and then the power comes straight out of the board and went to the pedal. But because I've been building amplifiers, and usually the filter caps are followed by a dropper resistor or what have you, and then more filter caps, and it's built that way, I've actually knocked down a value of that and then put another resistor on the way out. You don't have to build this board, it doesn't come with the kit. However, I am going to build it if anyone's interested, and I like to do it on veroboard or perf board, however you want to say it. I think Vero was the brand name. And if we turn it over, what it's going to look like when we solder is a row of solder here and a row of solder here. So we're going to have our negative side and our positive side. And I'm just going to solder the components on. The resistors will all be on the positive side because it's positive coming in, positive going out. But these will go between the positive and the negative side, and we'll just send it a cable out of here. It will ground it, and hopefully that will ground all them frequencies I alluded to previously. There we have our filter board. So we've got our 100 UF capacitor and our 100 NF capacitor that go from the positive rail, this end, to the negative rail, this end, ensuring that we orientate our capacitor correctly with the negative of our electrolytic going this way. I've actually attached 2 earth wires off this. One is going to go to our power supply, and then the other one I'm going to use to go to the LED. You can run the LED separately, but I know that through experience that where I situate this inside the pedal, it's going to be much easier for me to piggyback off this to get an earth to an LED. Now, with regards to getting the 9 volts in there and out of there, what I like to do is just make little hooks out of the end of the resistors, and then when I'm running my wires inside the pedal, I can just run a wire straight to that hook, clamp it down, get a good mechanical connection, and then solder it. And that's how I like to do it. I mean, you could by rights put them going on the board to another strip and put the wires going into that strip, but this is just how I do it. Apologies if my voice sounds a little bit hoarse. I seem to have caught a throat infection. Both me and my daughter have been up all night, dying basically. Well, it's definitely worse than man flu anyway. So this is the enclosure I'm going to be using for this build. Now, there is a lesson to be learned here before you go willy-nilly soldering components onto switches and stuff before drilling your enclosure, and also before checking the size of everything, because clearly this is not going to fit inside there. Brilliant, well done, Joe. So I've got a new switch, and I am going to I'm going to wire it in situ now. I'm going to pick a different 2 caps that actually fit the space I've got. As you can see, I've got my switch wired up now, and instead of using the modern 10 NF cap, I decided to go with a Soviet-made in Ukraine Russian K40Y-9. These are widely respected in our community. They're paper and oil caps, and it is in an excessively large area of the pedal, but it's going to take up that. But I seen a chance to use some mojo, bit of vintage, and I'm going for it. Got our 3-way EQ switch, and then this switch here is actually going to be just to select germanium or silicon, but there is a center position which will be off in this case just because I haven't got any on switches. A quick reminder that if you buy the kit that comes, or that you can buy from my store with all these parts in, which you don't have to buy, you can clearly make this pedal with cheaper parts and buy or even source them yourself, and it will cost a lot less. But if you do buy this kit, it doesn't come with the pot, the jacks, the switch. It just comes with the components to make the actual circuit, if you like. Now, normally I like to fit everything on the top row here before installing these, but because of the size or the fit issue, I kind of jumped the gun a bit. But now I'm going to go ahead and fit our power supply jack, which is here, and then I'm going to go ahead and fit our input and output jacks, and of course I'm going to use my handy rocket sockets, labelled up as if I couldn't remember which is which. Cheers. Well, that was more than a bit of squeeze to get the pot in there, as well as the jacks. As you can see, it's a little bit tight, but it all does fit. Now onto the stomp switch. When it comes to the stomp switch, I really like to use these metal washers. They're just standard metal washers, a little bit thicker. They look a bit better than the PTFE plastic washers that come with these stomp switches. If any pedal builders or DIY enthusiasts would like to know where I get these from, it's just a place on eBay. If you send me a message, I'll certainly send you a link for them. Annoyingly, I've drilled the stomp switch too close to this screw fitting, so it's now fitted at an angle. It's absolutely destroying me, but that's the way it is. Now I'm going to go ahead and fit our circuit in here and our filter board. Now if you want to know how I attach the circuit and filter board and also the LED and LED bezel, please head over to my DOD 250 build where you'll be able to see me fitting these things, and that should be linked just above. That's the main board and the filter board now installed in the pedal. I'm going to go ahead and attach these two earth wires because otherwise they're really going to annoy me. So I'll sort these two out, and then all the other earths, which will be this short wire here is going to go to the board, and I'll link these two lugs together. This long wire here is going to, I don't know why I made it long, I didn't need to, it's going to go through here for the LED. And then from these two lugs I'm going to come round here. I'm going to go round to the power jack earth, the two jack earths, and also I'm going to come off this jack here and then supply this earth for the pot, and then I'm going to come off that pot and go to here, which is another circuit earth. Now realistically I should have joined that earth and these two together underneath the board beforehand, but I didn't really think that far ahead, so there you go. All the earths wired up now, so we've got our earths from our switch going down to this little daughter board here for the power supply. These two lugs are then attached, and it comes round to our 9-volt DC jack, goes down to this first the output jack. It attaches to the input jack, comes from the output jack, solders to the back of this pot, and then goes from there. You don't have to solder it to the back of the pot, by the way. I highly advise that you don't, because heating these pots up can damage them. I mean, this is a vintage CTS one, so again, probably not the best to solder to these, but I have anyway. Then it comes down to lug number 1 on the pot, and from there to the back end of the board here, and that is our earth. As I'm talking about earths, I'm going to go ahead and go to the 9-volt supply. So I'm going to use this resistor here to supply just in here for 9 volts. And we also want to supply, oh no, just spotted another mistake. So this should actually be a positive supply on this lug here. So I'm going to cut these two out, move them over this side here, and then I'll run a positive over to here. Always a problem. Here we are, I've moved that S connection from the top of the pot round this way and onto the board. That's freed up this lug here, which lug number 1 on our pot. It should now come round here and snuck into this resistor here, which is also attached to the 9-volt on the board. There we go, our actual power supply will come into this resistor, thus making the circuit. Well, now I'm going to wire in the input. Now this is where the input cap goes in, so it will be, I'm actually going to take this route here round here and go into the input cap here for one part of it, but because we're going to run this switch as well, I'm also going to come out with the input cap, come along the enclosure here and go into this side of this switch here. As ever, not even the best of plans survive contact with the enemy. So instead of taking another route down here to this switch, rather than open up another length of wiring visually, I decided to come from the back of this 3-pole double throw switch, right the way around here, and then into our input cap selector. No other reason than I like to keep just as many lines, as least lines as I can inside the pedal. Same as the Abbey Road Fuzz pedal build that I'm going to link above, just in case anyone's interested. I'm going to go ahead and wire in my boost pot. Now the center lug here on the drawing supply with the kit, and also if I'm clever enough, it'll be on the screen now. The center lug here shows that it is connected to the collector. This side of this cap. Center lug here, this side of this cap, and then the other side of this cap is shown as being connected to the output side of our 3-pole double throw switch. What I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this side of the cap to here and this side of the cap to here, just because I know it's the opposite way around. The cap's non-polar, so it'll still work, and it means that I'm running the wire less of a length. And see, I called it wire and not cable this time. Get in, moving up in the world. I always say it all the time, always save your capacitor legs, because look at this. There's one of my previously used capacitor legs. This is going to fit in there pretty nicely. And in that way we're getting a solid connection between our pot and our circuit. So all I have to do then is wet the tip and sort out both of them connections. Basically, there we have it. And then the pot is directly connected to the board. I'm going to go ahead and do that again with the collector leg, which is here. I'm going to put that there, but we'll move on to that next. Let's get this end of the cap in. Jumping ahead of myself. Let's get the other end of this cap in before I forget it. That's both sides of our cap, output cap, now wired in. One going to the center lug of the pot, and the other side going to the output of our 3-pole double throw foot switch. Next, I'm going to wire this lug of the pot in, and that goes to the collector, which is the 4th lug along. So 1, 2, 3, 4, which is this lug here. Now I'm going to use another leg just like this one straight across there, but now this time I also need to run a wire to this switch here to the collector, which in this case is this side here. So I'm going to run one wire. I'm probably going to take the route round this back way here and up, so then I'm not opening up another line inside the pedal. As I always talk about, try and minimize the lines of wiring. So I'm going to add my component leg there and then run a line from there round and into the collector. And that's lug number 3 of our 10k boost pot wired in, and we've also got another line coming round this way here and into the collector of our transistors. Next, I'm going to wire in the emitter and the base. So emitter and base, I'm going to follow the same line. Emitter first, then base, and then that is all of the onboard wiring done, with the exception of, while I'm doing that, when I come out of the base, which is the opposite side of the input cap, I'm going to come around here and I'm going to drop another line into this lug here. I'll probably follow it right the way around and come to here. On to wiring in our base of our transistor, which is connected. Basically, you've got your input cap coming in here, it comes across here and connects to the base of your transistor. Well, the other side of our extra cap needs to also connect to the base of our transistor. So I'm going to run 2 lines out. One is going to go the usual route round here and to the base, and the next one is going to run round here and go into this part here, so it's connecting these 2 caps. So when I throw that switch, I'm going to engage these caps in a parallel fashion over the top of these. And I do know that other people like to run a rotary switch, so it switches out the normal input cap, but I find this works just fine. I've probably shown this a million times before, but if I want to join 2 different wires together to put them in different directions, I'll just measure out the length of wire I want, so approximately for one of the connections, and I'll give it a snip, hold the 2 ends together and then strip them, and then simply twist them 2 ends together as they are, and then you get basically they're stripped the same length down. Then while it's like that, we can wet the tip and give it a bit of a tin. There we go. Don't know why that took so much effort to do. There we are. And then if we just snip the excess off, there you go. Now I'm just going to insert that into the circuit just here, and I've got 2 lengths of wire that I can run to my separate locations. There we have it. Our base is wired in, and base as in B-A-S-E, not base as in the low end. This is our base for our collector, for our transistor. Comes round here and up this cable here into here. There I am, cable again, wire, this wire into here. Then another line comes round here and over the top and into our switch just here. And that is all of the onboard wiring complete. The only thing left to go is our live from our switch, which is going to go to this resistor here and our LED and our input and output jacks, which are going to go right here. And then of course the one thing that I miss every single time is the little loop that goes over the back of these to make excuse me, my voice is terrible, to make the true bypass loop work. Oh, I'll tell you what, tonsillitis is absolutely killing me, and my 5-year-old's ill as well, which is fun times. All of our power is now wired in. We've got that coming down to the positive side of our LED, and then another one coming through to the power board here, which is supplying power through the board and then to our circuit. Next, we're going to wire in our input and output jacks. I'm simply going to follow the same line as I have done so far and go up and come into these two here. Obviously, input here, output here. While we're this far through, if there's anyone still watching me wire these in with my croaky old little voice, one of my buddies, just in Drawbridge Electronics, last night messaged and said, hey, do you fancy teaming up on a pedal? Which is a great idea. So he provides maybe a clon circuit, I provide a Rangemaster circuit, and we make a cool sort of collaboration. I'd like to extend that to anyone who's watching this video at this point. So if you build pedals, get in touch, or write in the comments, actually. Write in the comments, tell me what sort of collaboration you'd like to do with me. Maybe you could build one of your circuits in one side, leave me some space, and I will build a circuit in the other side, and then we could give it away. Give it away on maybe Instagram, or even draw a live draw on my next live stream, which I promise will be a proper live stream, not like the last one, which was an absolute train wreck. In fact, if anyone is still watching this, please go over and watch that live stream. I should really delete it, but I just can't. I have to leave it up there as a constant reminder of how terrible it turned out, and I need to prep better. It's kind of like, if anyone's ever studied Arnold Schwarzenegger, I know he's quite divisive for people, either love him or hate him, but when he lost the Mr. Olympia first time round, it was because his calves were too small. So he went home and cut off the bottom of all of his trousers. Like every pair he owned, he cut the bottoms off so his calves were always on show for the world to see. So then it motivated him to work harder and build them bigger because people could always see them. So I'm leaving that episode number 1 of the Pedal Dive podcast up, so that everyone can see it, and that's going to motivate me to do better next time. I've also got an awesome co-host that I'm going to reveal in the drop for that episode, or for the next live episode. I think everyone's going to love the energy we have between us. So yeah, anyway, moving on. I'm going to wire in these jacks and then we'll get back to it. Both the input and output jacks are now wired in, coming around the enclosure here and going into the back of this here. Now it's time to fit our current limiting resistor, which is going to come from this lug here, the center lug. I like to slide it through both of these and just solder it in to keep it nice and tidy. But from this center lug here, comes round and it goes to the negative side of our LED. Now, for years, I didn't know that the current limiting resistor on an LED didn't have to go on the positive side. It could go on either side, which makes sense because all it's doing is limiting current. And as long as the voltage or the power passes through it, it's going to limit the current. So it doesn't matter whether it's on the positive or negative side. I fit it to the negative side because the negative side is the side that I switch on the 3-pole double throw switch. And so I've got a nice solid connection to run straight to the LED from, rather than having a resistor sticking out and then a flexible wire coming off it, or sticking out and a flexible wire coming off it. I can just come from this hard point here and go straight to it. Now let's get that wired in. The LEDs I'm using are super bright, so I'm going to be using this 10k carbon comp resistor. You can use anywhere between 1 or 2k and right the way up to 15k maybe. It just depends on how bright you want it. I have seen some pedal builders fit a pot, so you've got a brightness or the dimmer switch. That's a great little idea. We have our 10k resistor in place to limit the current on our LED. Next, and I almost forgot it, and I almost do every single pedal I build, is the little true bypass connection there. I'm just going to take a little snipping of wire from a previous cut and I trim it down and then put it in there, and that should be our last connection. That's our final 2 connections now wired in. That is everything. We're just about to go to biasing the pedal. While we're here, if there's anyone sat here thinking, oh no, all of the pedal kits have run out because there's only going to be 10 of them, or you're thinking that you want to source the components yourself, and build it for much less price, a much cheaper version. Not cheaper as in it is cheaper, I mean it will cost you less to source the components yourself. If that's you and you want the circuit drawing, because I've modified it slightly from the one that you'll find online, please just write in the comments or give me a message on social media and I'm more than happy to send you through the circuit for this. No worries there. Right, I'm going to get some power on this and we'll see where we are. To bias it, make sure that you have one of your transistors selected, because if you're like me and you have an on-off-on switch, the center position is going to kill all power going to either transistor and you won't get anywhere. The amount of times that I've gone to bias a transistor on one of these switches because I've run out of on switches and hit a dead end is unbelievable. And then I start running through fault finding on the pedal only to realize that I am indeed an idiot. Right, so we've got power on it. Our LED is on. I always switch the LED on. I know it only draws like milliamps of current, and so it won't really affect it, but I do put it on. I'm going to ensure, right now I'm going to go to the silicon transistor. You're going to volts DC. Now because this is a negative ground pedal and I've grounded the enclosure through the jacks and through the pot body, I can just put my, that might make for terrible television, I'll put my my negative lead through one of the screw holes, and then I'm going to go to the collector leg, and I can see that we're at hopefully you can see that, yeah, 7.66. Now we're aiming for anywhere between 6 and 7 volts will make it work. Now originally I think it was 6 volts on the originals, but some of the modded versions like the Cesar Diaz one and such went up to 7 volts. Now I find that I aim for about 6.8 volts. That gives you a little bit of leeway on either side. Anyway, next we're going to check what our germanium transistor is biased to. Now look at that, you just can't teach that. So that's 6.6. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce that slightly to bring the silicon more in line. So if I go to the silicon, I'm going to bias it so then the silicon one is spot on, and then we'll deal with the germanium afterwards. Now I'm really hoping sometimes they both match together, and I do try and make them both match, but if it doesn't match I'll be able to show you what I do when they don't match, so hopefully it won't. And we'll just bring it down. There you go, 6.87. That's close enough for government work for me. And then if we go to our germanium transistor, we are at 5.6. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bias the germanium one, and then we'll go back and sort out the silicon one afterwards. The transistors aren't quite matched, and you don't really want them to be matched because you want the germanium to have that germanium poke and sort of stab through the mix, and then you want to be able to switch to the silicon and that have loads of gain and have that sort of raw in your face rough edge sort of thing. So you've got a contrast between the two. And there we have that at 6.42 volts. That'll probably rise a little bit, but we'll leave it there. Now when we go to our silicon, we can see it's at 7.5 volts. That's no good. We want to bring it down to 7 at the most. So just like on our fuzz build video, the Abbey Road fuzz from last week, I'm going to add in a resistor. So let's take the power away from that. I'm going to add in a resistor going from the collector of just the silicon transistor. So there's no point in putting it in a center lug, and there's no point in putting it down here because it'll affect the germanium too. From this lug on the silicon transistor to earth, I'm going to attach a resistor. Now in the past I've done it with a pot, so a trim pot, so you can adjust it and dial it in exactly, or you can just hand in a resistor and see until you get in the right sort of specs. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. If you haven't seen me do this sort of thing, I did it on the last build, the Abbey Road fuzz pedal build. Go back, watch that, and it'll show you exactly how I add in the extra resistor to bias a transistor. Here we have a 68k resistor fitted to the collector of our silicon transistor, and then round here to earth, because I found that put me right in the ballpark, which I'm going to check now. So I'm going to go to volts DC, put our negative side into the casing, and our positive side resting in there, and we can see that we're on 6.27 volts. Now if I switch to germanium, we are at 6.3 volts. Ooh, don't fall out of there. 6.3 volts, which is good. So now I'm just going to tweak it up a bit so both of them increase to around the 6.5 to 6.6 mark, and then we'll see where we are from there. So we'll give it a little, helps if I tweak it in the right direction, eh? Right, so there's our germanium at 6.61. Good. And if we go to silicon, we're at 6.5, no, 6.4. We can give that another little bump if you like. It's all a balancing act. In fact, you could really plug it in, strum a chord, and then tweak this, and you sort of hear the sound come into the perfect range while your chord's ringing out. But 6.55, and if anyone's interested, they're shown how to do that on our fault finding video, which was some time ago really. 6.55, and then we go to our germanium, and we are at 6.77. That'll fluctuate anyway, but there you go. That is how I bias my two transistors when I'm doing a silicon and germanium pedal. Next, I'm gonna go ahead and put some cable ties in. Of course I am. I'm not going to go over the top like I do on my fuzz videos, on my fuzz pedals. I don't know why. I feel like them large fuzz enclosures just need a ton of cable ties or zip ties. In here, I like to, you know, give them a 2-inch spacing or something, but we'll see. Run into a small problem. When I first plugged the pedal in, there was absolutely no sound, even in bypass. And what happened was the pot where I'd grounded the top of the pot was actually fouling the positive, the tip of the jack, the output jack. So I had to snip that off and make the pot flat again, get rid of all the solder, and then I just run the cable round here and straight to the wiring loom at the back. And now the jack, the output jack can actually get in there without fouling it. Easy fix. Just shows you that if you're going to cram everything together without measuring first, well done Joe, then you're going to run into these issues. Now we're going to plug it all in to our Victory DP40 and do a sound test. In that demo you will have heard how the pedal sounds, but also when it was on the silicon transistor you will have heard some hiss in the background. Now to get rid of that hiss, I'm just going to parallel this 1 NF cap. In fact, I might go a bit higher than that just to be safe. I mean, usually you can use a 470 PF cap, but I'm going to go over the top, maybe use a 2.2 NF cap, and I'm going to go from basically just across this this resistor, and that should sort that problem out. I actually had to go with a 103, so a 10 NF cap to quell that noise, which does affect the tone as well, so it's a trade-off. And that's a little bit excessive. I wouldn't advise you go that high, but I have. And now it's time for the sound sample. I'd like to know what you think of the tones, and also I'd like to know what you think of this video overall. Do you like these compilation videos? Is it easy watching in the background while you're doing something else? Thank you for supporting my channel. It really means the world to me. I cannot believe how large this channel's got in such a small amount of time. Can you believe that this year, 2025, I set a goal of getting 3,000 subscribers? 3,000, and right now I'm just on 8,000. It's mental. We're not even at the end of the year. So thank you for all the support.